Good evening, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party. Yes, we're going with a short intro tonight to kind of jump right into Freedom Friday. We're looking for any kind of reports of physical violence that you may have had from cops. Share your story in chat. I know people in my life that have been physically abused by police officers. And I can tell you that this constant beratement has been a real thorn in the side of our democracy and our freedom. 1,200 people a year die from cop. Half of them are unarmed. That's pretty serious. In some countries, that nobody ever gets killed by cops. But we're dealing with a dangerous situation where cops don't even care. They don't even care if they hurt somebody. And that's been an ongoing thing that we should always be concerned about. Police brutality. So I will be issuing sensitivity training for all cops. Okay, we got some interesting symbols being revealed from a QAnon group on various symbols that are used among pedophiles. This warning was issued by the FBI, revealed the symbols that pedophiles use to signal their sordid sexual preferences on social media. Wow. These are all symbols people who are pedophiles are using. Now, I can't say these people who are pictured here are pedophiles, but I can tell you that the connection is pretty disturbing to these symbols. I think some people innocently would be wearing something, not realizing, like Sarah likes, hearts, but she doesn't have any nested hearts, nothing like that. I bought her a heart necklace. So I think you have to look a little deeper than just, somebody wearing a necklace, But that's the point. We're not getting our government to do the investigations needed to find this stuff out. The Pizzagate story was suppressed. You can't even talk about it on the internet. Yeah, you can lose your account at Reddit or Twitter. Very serious. We're not dealing with a recorded Freedom Friday show. I'm live, but for the people watching it, it's recorded. Yeah. Well, we've got a lot to talk about. Storms are brewing. I've got trolls attacking in our show constantly. And I just say no. No to the New World Order. Yeah. No to the New World Order. Just say no. That's right. So we're going to keep things rolling. Trump is trying to stop child trafficking in the southern border. How's that? He's lost 4,500 kids. How is that stopping child trafficking in the southern border? The wall idea is mine. The 1,000-mile fence idea he should have had built by now. I've already made it very clear that I could have put a container wall up in the past 6 months. I don't know how much better I can do. I gave him the wall idea. The 1,000-mile fence idea was my idea. I measured the distance we needed to protect our border. And he's waited 2 years. He hasn't done anything. I'm tired of this. And now he wants to send all of the spillover, and they're coming like crazy into our country, just like I said they would. He wants to send all the spillover to the sanctuary cities to dump them on cities that are already overburdened with healthcare issues and education issues and homelessness. It's like he wants to punish these Democrats who offered their help 2 years ago when they could have helped. Well, this is not a person who's going to fix the wall. I've always said that Trump is working for the Zionists. They don't care about a wall. The fence idea is my idea. Trump liked it because it had virality. Hair's looking good. Thank you. Yeah. Glad you like it. Trump hasn't been able to build a fence because he wants to give it to contractors. Mexican contractors. A company called CEMEX. The same people that built the bridge that fell over those students in Miami. 6 people died when they stress tested a bridge with cars under it. CEMEX was involved in that construction. He wants to give it to that contracting group. Yeah, Munilla Construction hired CEMEX to build that. It collapsed. That's who he wants the money to go to. He wants to go to a Mexican profiteer. You see, we're not dealing... Yeah, isn't that censorship script great? We're not dealing with an honest person here. We're dealing with a complete liar in the form of Donald Trump. Yeah, he's been doing some pretty bad things and getting away with it. Hey, we've got something I wanted to show you. Many of you have been wondering why the viewer count is so low on our show. Well, Andrew, GVN, actually came up with this. He showed us the script at the Vaughn Network that has the code in it that says Sponheim Censor right out in the open. Look at that. Viewer count, and then Sponheim Censor. It controls it. It does a mathematical reduction. So yeah, thank you, Andrew. Hats off to your effort, man. Okay, we got a wild one. They make a lot of money on those. That guy just made about probably 100 grand spamming our show. Let me clear chat. Thank you. Yeah, so apparently these people are profiting. The Russian oligarchs have been paying various people, conduits of Mark, people that get money and have been profiting left and right on the censorship of this effort. Can you imagine how fearful they are of an honest man becoming president of the United States? They are very pissed off. They're very worried. They don't know what to make of what we have here. And what we have here is pretty amazing. We've got a wonderful way of determining what is good, what is bad in the news by hashing it out online and letting you decide. Yeah, it's kind of a nice thing to have this ability. I'm looking for a certain image from my image library. Hang on. Yeah, yowza. Nope, that's not it. Nope, that's not it either. Yeah, this is a pretty good image though. Let me show it to you. Remember when the skies were clean? You probably don't, because most of you have grown up with chemtrails over your head. But back in the 50s, believe it or not, this was the sky when you looked out at the big sky over the mountains of Washington. 1950. Now it's like this. Because in 1950 there was not effing 8 million planes in the skies. Yeah. Dumping chemtrails. That's the real reason. All right, so, well, you just keep coming, don't you? I'm going to have to clear chat one more time. Hang on. Apparently I got to watch the chat constantly over there. No, I've never been an organization member like that ever. I would never join an organization like that. They're trying to constantly attack me. Yeah, if you find any other scripting issues, you can always email me to americasthirdparty@gmail.com too. Yeah, thanks, Andrew. You're really great. The reason why I keep doing the show is because I know these people are being paid heavily to stop me. What's that tell me? No, I've been censored for well longer than 36 months. Okay. All right, good. A lot of you people who are trolls and have been turning toward America's Third Party, realizing you don't have a choice because there are no options with the two parties. I appreciate the effort that you're putting into this effort. Many of you got associated with our show by harassing us, by calling us names. And Mark only lets the people from a T. Rucker show into our show, along with just a few other IPs. So most people can't get into our show. But, yeah, elected official wants to actually find the code, not Mark. Yeah, let's find that out. Yeah, Andrew's going to do some more work investigating it. No, Andrew's no, Andrew's never deceived me here. He's actually been in the T. Rucker show many times, and he's been a part of their show. We've been tracking Andrew, but he's coming out clean. I think he's starting to move forward. I think a lot of these people are starting to reveal the truth. Yeah. It's taken a lot of realization, like, why did Amanda leave her husband, who then faked his death? And why would she leave to go live with Lot Lizard? who, according to her, Amanda said that he asked her for favors, if you know what I mean, wink, wink. All that doesn't make any sense. Yeah. No woman would leave her husband for some guy named Lot Lizard, unless the guy had money. Yeah. And all of these things point to, why would T. Rucker fake his death if he wasn't really concerned if he didn't get money? If he got money, there's a paper trail, and that means he's really worried. So he faked his death, and Mark signed up, was crying about his death, and now it turns out they faked his cancer death completely, and T. Rucker's still alive. So we're being harassed by these gang stalkers in our show. And we will continue to ban anybody who continues this banning attack on our show. Just so you know, this is not something I'm just going to ignore. Hey, wow. Yeah, I'm untrollable, and nobody's ever been able to stop me. And I have a track record that beats anybody on the internet. Anybody. Nobody, not even 4chan, all their force could stop me. Okay, we got a new breaking story on Seth Rich. Police reported Seth Rich may have known his attacker. Now, it's interesting, Mueller didn't investigate Seth Rich at all, but it's most likely Seth Rich was the person that sent those wiki emails to WikiLeaks. Yeah, Seth Rich had access to a thumb drive, and according to the mechanical code in the actual files themselves, it was downloaded quickly. It wasn't something through the internet. It was downloaded super fast. They know that. And they know that it had to come from a flash drive, and Seth Rich was so close to the Awan brothers, he could easily get a hold of the wiki emails. Anyway, Seth Rich and Imran Awan, because there was not much of a struggle, look at this picture from earlier this evening at the bar. Seth Rich and Imran Awan, IT hacker, with Seth Rich on his fatal night. So he was with the Awan brothers that night. I remember seeing this picture. There is Imran Awan right there. Yep, there they are. This is very much a reason to continue looking into this. And Awan had a Clinton lawyer who's also a prosecutor in the Washington, D.C. prosecution office, Steve Wasserman, the brother of Debbie Wasserman Schultz, who represented the Awan brothers and cut a plea agreement. You can't do that if you're working as a prosecutor. You can't be on the defense and work as a prosecutor. It's a gross violation, ethics violation. Steve Wasserman could be disbarred. And I would go to D.C. right now and start filing papers against him if I had the time. And since we get very few donations here, it's kind of hard to imagine me traveling anywhere. But isn't that interesting? Thank you for that link. That'll be good. Owens gives the Democratic Party's history of racism. Their attacks on me aren't a surprise. Well, this is good, too. They don't like Owens for some reason. The Democrats have a real... Democrats have a real guilt trip about being, racist. When George Wallace was a Democrat, they kept black people from going to college. And the National Guard had to be called in for the Democrats to step aside. So the Democrats are really butthurt about racism, so they come after people like Owens. When the Democrats' ridiculous fear-mongering rise of white nationalism hearing blew up in their faces, liberals went looking for a scapegoat. Me. Candace Owens. Okay, Peter, go ahead. What's your question? Yeah. Yes, Peter. Go ahead. What's your question? Yeah, what's your name? Oh, no, we don't take your... Sorry, man. You're out of here. Yeah, we don't deal with that guy. Andrew, I just explained everything earlier. You're ignoring it to start the drama. Don't have it. You're clearly not here to... Yeah. Are you reacting to elected official? Just ignore him, okay? When elected official starts attacking me personally, then I'll ban him. You're onto something, Andrew. I sense veracity in you. I do. It's easy to just say everybody in the T. Rucker clan is not to be trusted, that they're trolling me in all different ways. I've heard that story up and down. It doesn't explain why Mark bought 2 new cars last year and the year before. It doesn't explain any of this. Or why T. Rucker faked his death because I was going to have him extradited for doxing me. It doesn't explain any of it. Money explains everything. And if you look at this in a basking in money being delivered for doxing, censoring, attacking our show, denying me my freedoms, if you look at it that way, it all makes sense. Just apply the money concept. Who benefits? And follow the money, and you'll see exactly what's happening. You know, I don't know enough about code to tell you exactly what that code does, because the code is incomplete. There's another part to that code that Andrew's going to find. You're not part of the T-Record group anymore? See? I don't believe Andrew is part of the T-Record group. No, Papa Roach, let me think. Yeah, what can I do for you, Papa Roach? No, man, you're a troll. You don't belong here. Get a new name. Get a new name. Get a new name. Come in anonymously, dude. He wants to come in as his name. I just say, get a new name, come in anonymously. It's that simple. It doesn't take a big deal to, get a new name. Like takes all of a second. What's your thoughts on the fake black hole picture that's actually a bagel that looks more like Donald Trump's orange asshole? That's a good question. I think the fact that they're raising the specter of a black hole at this point is to cover up the wrongdoing that happened when William Barr announced that there was no obstruction. William Barr wrote a 19-page letter insisting that Rod Rosenstein not even investigate obstruction. He's clearly biased. Clearly. In fact, I think he's working for the Russian Zionists, Bill Barr is. So Donald Trump can't just stick a shoe-in to the Attorney General and he writes a 4-page letter saying Trump is vindicated of any obstruction charges or collusion charges. I don't buy it. Sorry. Now, I'm asking the Democrats to move toward impeachment right now because I'm getting tired of waiting around. This is not some light issue, and we shouldn't just ignore the fact that our government could very well be under the controls of Russia and the Zionist elitists right this second. This is not something to just, blow off. Well, it's a waste of time, like Nancy Pelosi says. We've got real serious problems with our government's credibility at this point and national security. HRC, I'm familiar with the work of Assange. So this is Hillary Rodham Clinton. And by some familiarity, I'm totally not talking about the murder of DNC staffer Seth Rich, who handed over emails to WikiLeaks proving that we rigged the Democratic Party. But yeah, Assange must answer for what he's done. Huh. Okay. Hillary Rodham Clinton, I am some familiar with the work of Assange, and by some familiarity, I'm totally not talking about the murder of. Huh. And what's she saying?
I'll wait and see.
With the work of Mr. Assange.
I do.
Couldn't happen to a nicer guy, is my view. But
well, look, I think it is clear from the indictment that came out. It's not about punishing journalism. It's about assisting the hacking of the military computer to steal information from the United States government. And look, I'll wait and see what happens with the charges and how it proceeds. But he skipped bail in the UK. Sweden had those charges, which have been dropped in the last several years. But the bottom line is,
she's making light of the Awan brothers dropping the charges. That's wrong. We can't possibly just let this go. I mean, like I said, Stephen Wasserman Schultz, I believe he committed ethics violations big time, defending the Awan brothers and cutting a plea agreement.
He has to answer for what he has done, at least as it's been charged. I do think it's a little ironic that he may be the only foreigner that this administration would welcome to the United States.
Again, this guy made a lot of money. His family made $4 million doing hacking, internet hacking activities for the DNC. And we're supposed to sit back and ignore that too. Why isn't Donald Trump prosecuting Hillary Clinton? Ask yourself that, you Trump supporters. Okay, French officials are calling Project Gutenberg archive 15 million ebooks, Grateful Dead recordings, and pre-Linger archived terrorism demands removed from the from the internet. Interesting. I didn't realize French were trying to clamp down on the Grateful Dead. It did. Her face did look photoshopped, but I think what's happening is she's getting older. Yeah, your face kind of wrinkles as you get older, and maybe she's a little overweight. No big deal. But she has to answer to the 140 deaths of people that are now on the Clinton death count, the body count. I think even the lady that created the Clinton body count list died unexplainably. So there's a lot of people dead in the wake of the Hillary Clinton, Bill Clinton fiasco. But bring up Benghazi, yeah. You know, they just declared another Iranian terrorist organization. Oh, I read that. Yeah, Grateful Dead members were sons of Nazis. That is correct. I absolutely agree with it. I'll get to that in just a bit. Yeah, there's been a lot of Americans, songwriters, and some of the top musicians, like Jim Morrison, was the son of a commander. The very same commander, Morrison, that actually started the Vietnam War. That's an interesting side note. All the members of the Byrds had family members that were all in the military. And there was a studio in Laurel Canyon, California, right in Hollywood, that pumped out all that music early on. So we've been completely brainwashed by a lot of government operations. Even the 60s was partly a brainwashing propaganda effort. I'm sure there were a lot of good musicians that were not there to brainwash us, like John Denver. But even John Denver's dad was a fighter pilot, actually at test drove Area 51 planes, which is another interesting connection. But there were a lot of people that sang in the 60s, I think, had their own message. But I believe it was inspired by government propagandists and Nazis. I agree. But as far as Hillary is concerned, I think she could even be cloned. I think there may be a new Hillary in play here. They've got a woman that can act just like her. And I'm not making this up. You know, remember when she collapsed in 2016 at the 9/11 tribute? She literally fell down and they had to haul her into a van. 2 hours later, she popped out looking bright and smiley. Here she was before, and there she was after. I'm sorry, you cannot tell me that's the same person. So we believe that Hillary may be completely faked. Cloned. Possibly cloned. Yeah, they've had the ability to clone people since, Dolly the sheep was cloned, 20 years ago? Okay, thanks. Take as much time as you need. No, I don't think anyone killed anybody unless you can verify it. Sun Records was a CIA operation? Really? Sun Records was run by a Jewish CIA officer? Okay, I'll put that in my notes. Thank you. We get so much information in our show. I have link libraries that I build. I have the current link library with the 28 magazines in it. Here it is. Of all our links that we get in our show. And if you want to look at an old one, we have an old one that only runs on, this is the old link library. It only runs on Opera. It's the only one that it'll actually run on. It's got an older format and they won't allow it to pop up in new browsers. But yeah, it still exists. 3,500 links there and a whole lot of others. Sun Records is an independent record label. Sam Phillips in Memphis. Sun was the first company to record Elvis. There you go. Roy Orbison. Oh, you got the Larry video? Well, Larry Sinclair did talk about, yeah, take care, feel better. My fluffy cat, my beautiful cat Fluffy is not feeling so well. Okay, take it easy. Maybe sip some juice or something. Wow. Yeah, you can look back on 10 years of links at those link libraries. It's pretty cool. We got 15% support. Yes, I did in my region among Democrats. Thank you. Feliz Navidad. Yeah, I was going to bring you more about Hillary, but I think we will play you the Larry Sinclair video instead. Yeah, so a lot of corruption happened in the Democratic Party. We had a homosexual Muslim named Barack Obama married to a transgender for 8 years, a woman or a man pretending to be a woman. And many people who are still to this day wondering, "Well, how can you say that?" We have proof. We have valid proof that Michelle is a dude. Yeah, and the two kids, that was just a made-up couple of kids. They leased their kids from their best friends. We have proof of that, too. And I'd be glad to bring up all this stuff, but the mainstream media calls all of this conspiracy theory, and they dispense with everything. So the mainstream media is lying to everybody about everything. Why didn't Barack Obama confront the man who said he had sex with him, who went out in front of the press corps and talked about Barack Obama's cocaine addiction?
Where Senator Obama exited the limousine with $250, which was provided to him by me. Returned a short while later with an 8-ball of cocaine, which he gave to me. I did ingest a couple of lines of cocaine, and shortly thereafter, Senator Obama produced a glass cylinder pipe and packet of crack cocaine from his pocket. Obama then smoked the crack cocaine. I performed fellatio on Senator Obama in the limousine during the time Senator Obama was smoking crack cocaine, after which I had the driver take me to my hotel, the Comfort Suites, Gurnee, Illinois.
Oh, wow. So why didn't Barack Obama sue him for making those statements? Because it's true. He did have crack, smoked crack with him. Holocaust survivors who tell the truth. I'm sorry, I can't listen to that. I'll look at it later, but right now it's kind of in the middle of our show. You want to be the president of a nation who's elected a gay Muslim married with a tranny? Not. You know, I'm believe me, I've had lots of concerns about the country and where it's going. And I've seen so much corruption from the very beginning when I started this race in 2008. And now that I've processed so much information from 10 years of doing a show and sharing links like crazy, it is easy to get depressed, and it's easy to fall into the trap of saying, I don't want to fix this problem because it's too big. But I don't fall into that trap because I believe I'm meant to do this. It's a bigger life goal that I put out there than most people even understand. And when you commit to something fully and dedicate your life to something, you have a far greater holding power. You don't cave to depression. Okay. Obama eligibility, Obama news, the Larry Sinclair arrest, Delaware. Yeah, this kind of tells the whole story of Larry Sinclair, and yeah. You see, Larry Sinclair passed the lie detector test with 99% certainty. Everybody knows that 1% error is in every single lie detector test, if not more. So he more than passed the lie detector test, verifying he was telling the truth. It doesn't matter. He passed the lie detector test with 99% certainty. And you can look at this picture right here of Michelle Obama as Michael LaVaughn Robinson. And what's wrong with you? Are you unable to piece ideas together and have critical thinking ability? Look at the picture. Don't even talk about Larry Sinclair. Let's put that aside. Let's look at the picture. You're telling me that's not Michelle Obama? The facial construct is exactly the same. I don't have to play you the video of Michelle Obama dancing. That's ridiculous. No. I'll play that later. Now, if we've been lied to by these people, who put Barack Obama in power? Well, Zionists did. Well, who put Donald Trump in power? Zionists did. Russian oligarchs did. We're dealing with Zionism controlling our government. And when Omar recently made some statements about this in front of the American people, Ilhan Omar, she's now vilified as a Muslim hating Israel. When she's just asking a simple question, why are we giving so much status to the AIPAC organization over other organizations that speak out, that have influence? Why are we giving so much credit to AIPAC, and why are we catering to AIPAC so much? And then Beto doesn't even understand what she's saying and goes out on a limb and starts attacking Israel, which is wrong too, because I support Israel. I don't support the idea of a global new world order or a Zionist takeover of every country around. But I support Israel. I think Israel exists now. We have to move forward. We can't go back. If you want to roll back to pre-67 and restructure the entire Middle East, Israel wouldn't allow that. No, Obama was not raised a Christian, Adele. I'm so sorry to tell you that. Obama spent 3 years in a madrasa in Indonesia. He learned Indonesian. And when he went to Occidental College, I happened to go to Occidental in orientation because I was accepted there, but I never went. I just went to orientation. I went into the library and the career center. And I went to the career center. You open the door, and the first thing you saw was the CIA's recruiting anybody who speaks Farsi, Indonesian, or Middle Eastern dialects. So I was there 1 year before Barack Obama got there, and he needed money. I'm sure the CIA was very interested in him. So the CIA put Obama in play. And he was raised in a madrasa, and it was greatly influencing him. He's actually Muslim. One point of fact, when Barack Obama abandoned the Christian church that he went to, the Trinity United Church of Chicago with Reverend Wright, which he went to all the time because he could pick up guys there. When Barack Obama abandoned that church, he never picked up another church. You notice he never had another Christian church he went to after that? That's because they didn't have a down low club. Yeah. Well, the stories get even worse. When we talk about Larry Sinclair, the suppression of information is even greater when we talk about Barack Obama and his connection to a lot of black men, 3 in particular, that all died of mysterious illnesses in 2007. Now, if that doesn't beg the question, did Obama have something to do with the death of Donald Young? Or, Nate Spencer. Let me show you their picture. Well, heck, I even believe that Barack Obama may have been implicated in the death of Miriam Carey when she came in and drove into the circle at the White House and then was summarily shot 5 times in the back of her head. Miriam Carey, she said she had Barack Obama's love child. Who knows? Maybe he was having a bisexual experience. But Donald Young was one of the decedents. That he was intimately involved with Barack Obama. He was the choir leader. Hi, Sarah. He was the choir leader at the Church of Chicago when he ended up dying. Larry Bland, another guy that was a part of the Down Low Club. Also friends with Barack Obama, close friends. I mean, these are stories that are not getting any motion at all in the mainstream media. Here's all 3 of them together, all dead in 2007. What's the chances of all these boyfriends of Barack Obama of all being dead in 1 year? From 2 gunshot wounds, Donald Young and Nate Spencer died of gunshot wound. Larry Bland died prematurely of AIDS. All right, I'm going to step out and drop this out of the show, so bring Sarah into the show, and we'll get back to a normal kind of a discussion here. So, hang on just a second. Good. So we're doing good. Okay. Thanks for giving me a promotion here. All right, Sarah's here. She's going to take over the show for me. I'm going to go do some cooking. I will be back. I think we processed pretty much everything we could up to this point. White House told lawyers in February that proposal to drop migrants in sanctuary cities had legal issues. Yeah, well, apparently Trump doubles down on a plan to ship migrants to sanctuary cities, which is exactly what we don't want. Why would Donald Trump do exactly what Barack Obama was going to do? See, he's turning on his own people. The people that elected him wanted to deal with this border crisis, not talk about a wall. They wanted it built. Okay, I'll be back.
I guess obviously David does for 3-1. That's who says it. Good evening, Conservative for Life, or yes. Oh, goodness. You found a censor script? Oh, thank you. You'll email us later tonight. Are you talking to me, Andrew? Yes, you can. Oh, okay. No problem. It could be. It's Friday night, so we can steer clear of education. I don't know. Clicked. Whatever you guys want to talk about is what I will end up talking about. Because I prefer not to, like, look at the news, and I obviously won't be talking about Obama. Wow. Are you a CPA? Conservative for Life? You want to talk about you? Okay, how are you? I did read your message, Zenu. Thank you. I don't need to respond to it. Wow. I thought about being a CPA for a minute, but I think it would be very difficult to work during tax season. That would be kind of stressful. But I love math. And I took a great financial planning class when I was in college. It was really great. And so I've got all my different all my different retirement systems set up, or different retirement account setups, which are really good. My glasses are tinted this evening, slightly tinted because they're transition lenses, so they tint when I go outside. Oh, that's that's very cool. All right, you're thinking about teaching accounting to high schoolers in the future, meaning to ask me about teaching certification process. I will tell you the easiest way to do it is to, in my opinion, my humble opinion, is to go through WGU. Okay, I guess it will be an education type of evening. Well, I don't. It's just the way it is. So, I've got to check my stocks tonight, 786. I like to check them just once a week on the weekend. Okay, so over here is WGU Washington, but you do wgu.edu and they have it's all online. And you can choose whatever your state, and then you can go teaching and licensure, become a licensed teacher. And they have, there's other ones, but they have master's programs leading to getting your license. I remember, here you go. This is, well, you want high school. I would say the program that you want, because you've already got a bachelor's degree. You might want a master's in teaching math education secondary, or this BS in math education secondary. And what's nice is, so you want to teach high school, they call it secondary. And you want to teach math specifically. And it does depend on the state. Another thing you can do is search for your state's Superintendent of Public Instruction. It might have a different name, but ours is Office of the Superintendent of Public Instruction. So ours is k12.wa.us, and then they can tell you all how to apply to become a teacher. If you're completing or have completed Washington approved teacher prep programs. And the one thing that you could look into, which would be pretty interesting, is this career and technical certificates. Because what those are people who have a career but want to teach that kind of career to high school. How old was I when I started teaching? 30 something, 30-ish. Well, David took math. He's actually taken more math than I have. But I've never tried that career and technical education one. That's a whole different ball game, but it's really there's a business and industry route. And most places have what are called CTE programs. And the something about public instruction. Ours is superintendent of public instruction. Before I was a teacher, well, while I was going to school, I worked in a lawyer's office. I also worked in some fast food places, well, medium food places. Not super fast, not a restaurant per se, but I did some tutoring. That's pretty much it. People you know that majored in math took math like up to calculus 10. Yeah, I haven't. Oh, wait. Take the calculus AP test in 10th grade. Yeah, David was one that took some kind of test in something like that. Yes, another tax season wouldn't be good. Yeah, it is. It's a lot. One thing that you could also consider for life is actually going to your local community college and asking them to teach, because I tell you what, that's where I took this financial planning class. I took a financial planning class. That was the best class. I just went through, you're giving me stock advice. Got it. I didn't know what you were doing at first. I don't know about penny stocks. I tend to shy away from those. People are not born at math. What you need is ucube.org/how-to-learn-math. I don't know. With a community college, you set your schedule. I would think you would say, this is what I can offer, and especially if you don't want to teach full-time. If you want to teach full-time, that's different. What's nice, I think, about teaching at the community college, but you might be older, is you might be able to qualify for a 403B, like school teachers do. And what's so cool about that is then, or a 457, both. And then, because most people can only do a 401k and then max out that. And then, but as a teacher, I can max out a 457 account and a 403B account. The best math is, I've done some really great things with math. All right. I'll look at your recommendations. I've been looking at stocks that have dividends. And that's really what I've been putting my interest in recently. School is fine for learning how to live. You've been trading the market for a living for 13 years now. That's really cool. Yeah, that's good that you're not. Of course, you've got your money managed. If you're a CPA, you know how to manage money better than I do. One of the cool things about why I love math is because for me, I think I think in pictures. And whenever I'm doing like a word problem, I always like think of the picture and think of the scenario in my head. And when it got into calculus and it was like the unit circle, I love the unit circle. That's pre-calculus. But I love that. And I think one thing that you think in functions and processes. Yeah, exactly. That does have some pictures, boxes, and what happens as you do things. The unit, UNIT circle. I visualize everything. I took this test that they no longer give, and I scored, like my mom said, I think she said I scored in like the 95th percentile. It was even higher than that. I scored really high on this test, but it was called the Golden Gate exam. You can Google it. But the reason that it was in California, I think the reason that I scored so high is like moments before I go in, I would not have scored this high if this person didn't say this. He said, okay, I just got to remember SOHCAHTOA. And I said, what? What the heck is that? And he's like, sine equals opposite over hypotenuse, SOH. Cosine equals adjacent over hypotenuse. And then TOA, tangent equals opposite over adjacent. I was like, okay. And I think it was like that quick. And then the questions on the test were all like, what's the sine and cosine of this? I was like, oh, SOHCAHTOA, okay. And then I just like plugged in the numbers and like worked it out. Oh, well, at the time I was a 7th grader, and no, I hadn't heard of it before I was a 7th grader. But now, I mean, yeah. Because I think I took the test when it was definitely in middle school, so I'm pretty sure I just finished the people I was talking to were in my like tiny group of 3 of us in like our advanced math class, and then we were in the advanced, our math teacher, they did like walk to math, so like you went to different math levels, and then my class, we were like the top group that was always getting extra math. And then I either took it like that, like that summer of 6th grade or sometime in 7th grade. I know. It does sound like a Native American thing, but it all goes back to triangles. And then the unit circle is a circle that is one from 0 to 1 unit wide, unit being whatever, foot, centimeter, whatever, unit wide. And then you use that, the unit circle, to figure out all kinds of things. Oh, on the Israel moon lander. Jeff Bezos has a bachelor's of science degrees in electrical engineering and computer science from Yale. Pretty interesting. But I kept taking pre-calculus because they would test me, and then I would take a break, and then they'd test me, and I take a break, and if I'm not using it all the time, like I didn't brush up on it in between my tests, and then they just kept putting me back in pre-calculus. Well, I wouldn't want to release footage of something bad I did, Zellfire. I wonder what that is, CTE, business and industry route. You have to pass the WEST-E content test, which is, do you know basic math and English, writing? Do you know how to read and write? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they're just embarrassed and they don't want to release footage if they're embarrassed. Maybe they don't have footage. Okay. Hold a bachelor's degree. Which includes a minimum of 45 quarter hours of study in the specific CTE specialty area. Family and consumer sciences education. So there is a anyway. He has 2 degrees, one in physics and another as an army officer. Israel built the world's largest solar powered tower. Wow. That's amazing, Zellfire. All right, moving on. What would you like to talk about next? Is tax season? Wait, tax season is almost over, aren't you in the middle of it? 3 more days and then it'll be over. Hello. David went to make my dinner, I guess. That's what David went to do. I like to give him a break around 6:30 and then another break around 8 o'clock. That's why I'm here. Yes, Chef Sponheim. I could... I could, oh. I was gonna say maybe he's just heating up the dinner he made last night, the pork salsa pasta. I'd also could go for some ravioli. I have some ravioli in the fridge. I think I'll have to wait till Tuesday to do that. It's the end of the work week. I'm feeling kind of, I just got a wave of like release and tiredness as well. You might be right, Cliff, to check. Yeah, I think it is time for a nap. David will be in shortly, and then maybe I will take a 25-minute nap. I learned about the benefits of napping, and I should do that around 2 to 3, but I didn't. I did a little organization at the end of the day. I like that whole idea of organizing everything all at once, but I can't do it in one spot. I did it at my house over spring break because I had that dedicated time where I didn't have to do anything else. But that's about it. Whereas otherwise I'm too... I get started in the morning, but then there's other things to do. I'm making slow and steady progress. I like the idea too of just getting rid of things you don't need. Get rid of anything you don't need. Yeah, I don't drink, Zellfire. I know some people drink to really drink on the weekend. But I don't drink. I'll look into the stocks you recommended. I will do. I like to look at my stock portfolio on the weekend. Have everything all set up. All right, back to the messages chatter list. Okay, how are you, the mob and Scoot? KY is here. Jane, add the one. Wait, are those my friends? Are those chat lists? Chatter list. Oh, there we go. Add the one, Conservative for Life, Super Saver, and then all the guests. Good. And over here we have chat room celebrity, Cliff to chat, clicked up, Dave the what? Destroyer lawyer, DR question mark, Drag King, Gigi, Johnny Sacco, Johnny Rebel, Jordan K, Lou, Meta Nemesis. I don't know. Yeah, he picked it up, so he's okay. And he didn't scream, so he's good. I kind of like that name, Old Man Yells at Cloud. Paid censor 45 and 46. How are you paid? Porker, Real Man's Butcher, Reptoid, Sophia, Stink Beetle, Stormy Daniels, Super Saver Dave, Taking Time Bags, Xenu, and how many usernames do you have, Xenu? No. I teach like 8-year-olds, so they don't do that. And hi, Zellfire. Thanks, Reptoid. No. Well, plates are definitely hard to juggle. That's true. I'm glad I didn't hear I heard it drop, but I didn't hear it break. Those Corel plates are really good. That's true. Sometimes that happens clicked up. Hello, 3324. There's a whole lot of guests over there. I don't want to individually say hi to all the different guest numbers. I figure if you want me to say hi, you'd make an account. Oh, thanks, Scissor Fight. Yeah, I'll see. I don't know, Cellfire. I haven't been watching. I was thinking of coming home and watching a show and grading papers, but my goodness, I haven't, because as you know, I've been avoiding watching shows on weeknights, and tonight is a weeknight. Thank you, Sophia. So, but then I thought, well, I don't have school tomorrow. I could, or work. I could maybe watch something, but now now that I'm sitting here, my body just wants to go to sleep. So I think I'll take a nap, have some food, take a nap, and then I'll see from there. Come back in here at 8 o'clock, of course. And then I'll see if I have energy to even watch a show. What I have been watching, on Netflix, a friend of mine recommended I Wish I Never Met You. It's a Spanish drama, and you can get it with either subtitles or dubbed in English. And my other friend's like, I can't, it's hard for me to watch it dubbed in English because she started watching it in Spanish with subtitles, and she heard their voices, and then she's like, but that real person doesn't sound like the subtitle guy. So I did watch it with dubbed. I started watching one, maybe two episodes. What other shows am I watching? I just recently watched The Kindness Diaries. I binged out on that one. I love that. That's one of my favorites, I would say. I really do. I really enjoyed that a lot. That's also on Netflix. And then on Amazon, I really get into reality TV. So I'll probably get back into The Amazing Race, which is one of my favorites. But then there's also The Shipping Wars, is one I've been watching recently. And David and I together, we've been watching some things. Yeah. David, we drove by the movie theater and what had Pet Cemetery playing, and Dave was like, they can't even spell cemetery correctly. I said, I think that was done on purpose, but I don't really understand why it was done. What's the point of it with an S? I don't get it. Or, yeah, anyway. I heard that they're coming out with Lion King with real animals. Somebody here in the chat room said it last night, and then someone at work was talking about it. Is it CGI? Because they were saying it was like real animals. It's really CGI? Oh, it was named by kids, the Pet Cemetery? Oh, okay. Wow. That's good. Yeah, they can convince people it's real. That's really good. Really, really good CGI. Yeah. I get this computer graphics magazine, which is pretty interesting. But I haven't gotten into computer graphics even though I have a magazine. But I haven't, well, David and I, we went to the theater over Christmas break, I guess. I went and saw Mary Poppins, and he went and saw Aquaman. I think I should have just gone and saw Aquaman with him because Mary Poppins was like, you know, all my teacher friends were raving about it, but I'm not. I've decided I'm not into musicals. So then afterwards, someone was saying, "Oh, do you want to go? There's this musical, like a live show musical." No, thank you. Love, Death, and Robots has CGI that's pretty good. That's good. David and I tend to just wait till something comes out on Netflix or Amazon. But one I think I want to, I'll probably even rent it. I should look on those. Is that Mr. Rogers? Not the one with Tom Hanks, but the documentary. Won't You Be My Neighbor, I think it's called. Yeah. I've heard that's really good. And I love Mr. Rogers. I still haven't seen it. I think I'll see that maybe as a end of the school year celebration, something like that. No, Johnny. It's just about, it's a documentary, so it's like actually about his life, I think. I've heard it's really good. Why do people try to twist Mr. Rogers around? I have one of his books, like something about, you are special. That was well, there was a conspiracy that he was a Navy SEAL and had a certain number of tattoos. That's not Mr. Rogers. He was a psychologist, and he had the new medium of TV. Like, TV was a brand new medium, and he said, "Wow, we could use this to help children's psychology." And I love that. I love what he did. The puppets and all that, but I'm not into puppets. Lamb. I've had some lamb in my life. Maybe just twice. Lamb chops. Maybe 3 times. That's about it. Not much lamb. And no mutton. So I probably should have had the mutton instead. Yeah, I do like to try unusual things. Like one time I had an alligator burger. There's this cool little burger joint near me, and the alligator burger was, I think they mixed it with regular burger. I have had deer. Lamb is different than deer. It's anyway, the alligator burger was interesting because it was like fishy, but it wasn't like fishy but meaty texture. Really interesting. Yeah, venison is pretty good. But I see the cute little deer outside of my house, and I don't think it's like, oh, I couldn't bring myself to kill one and, dress it and all that. Yeah, with a sweater. Do you know the reason that the candlestick course? Okay. The reason that Mr. Rogers wore sweaters on set is to muffle the sound. You know how, like, on a sound stage, any kind of noise can, like, echo. So, like, if you wore, like, a really shiny suit, it goes ch-ch-ch-ch. So he wore sweaters to muffle the sound. Oh. Is it on PBS? Independent Loans? I don't know if that's the one. Paperback is $52. What is this?
Okay.
Candlestick charting?
Won't you be my neighbor? Hey, neighbor. Venison, yeah. Whoa, wait a second, hang on. Don't ever let anybody like that come in here.
I didn't.
No, not you. I'm talking to, that one in Scissor Fight. Criticizing you. It's just crazy.
They didn't either. It just happened.
I know.
I was looking at that.
Okay.
I have it over here.
All right, good. I'm just gonna take a back seat to what's happening.
Never mind. You can keep talking, but
No, I just didn't. I was just hearing what you're talking about.
okay, I'm not really talking about anything.
I don't think Mr. Rogers had any tattoos. Is there one single picture of Mr. Rogers' arms anywhere other than Tom Hanks? Because I really, yeah, Tom Hanks is going to come out as the Mr. Rogers. Pacific salmon, maple flavored, I don't know. And then a mixture of snap peas, yellow squash, and organic brown rice with onions and some seasoning and herbs. A little soy sauce, just lightly. I've been around, man. I've been making dinner. I had to feed Sarah, and she has dinner. Yeah, it is delicious. Everything we make here is great. I've been very, very fortunate to live in America. I can get great products at a good price. I know it's hard to find organic food anywhere else around the world, and everywhere you see, food is, you get what you get, pesticides, whatever. You enjoy soy sauce, and well, soy sauce is salty, so I dilute it down, but I even used organic soy sauce. Bragg's makes one. With Jim Nabors. Jim Nabors was not one of the Mr. Rogers groups, but was there a show with Jim Nabors and Mr. Rogers? Oh, you're claiming that they were both hired hitmen? That's just not true, Johnny. Yeah, there's no truth to that. There's a lot of urban myths. I can tell you, I can dismiss most of them. Yeah, he was not a black belt in karate. He did not serve jail time, Mr. Rogers. And he did not have tattoos. And he wore his sweaters because he didn't want to make a lot of noise. That's what he said. I don't know what that meant. He felt that sweaters were softer, for the sound of the studio.
Yeah.
It would make less noise. I don't know. Coats don't make that much noise either, but he liked his sweaters.
Well, shiny coats can make noise.
That's true. Coats can make noise. You're right.
Like, rain jackets and stuff.
True. They've been known to be very loud, rain jackets.
Yeah. Okay, thanks for your information.
Okay.
I wrote it down. The candlestick course and those stocks.
Is there a movie coming up with Mr. Rogers in it?
I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, I don't. It says film screenings, but
Okay.
online screenings.
All right. No problem.
Let's see.
I watched one that was good, but there's a new one that's going to be out, and the Tom Hanks movie is going to be out. He's going to play Mr. Rogers. They're filming it right now. They're having a hard time getting enough kids to participate because of Tom Hanks' record, Well, he doesn't have a record. He doesn't even have an album or any top hits that I know. But he takes weird pictures, Tom Hanks does. He has a collection of gloves, single gloves, on the internet. We don't understand it. But that's weird about Tom that way.
What do you think about the? There's one on wealth. I forgot. I wrote it down. I'll look it up and I'll ask you when I get back.
Okay.
786.
This is a memorable tree. The tree behind Sarah was Andrew Jackson's tree. It was cut down recently. Donald says he didn't like it there. He just chopped down a 150-year-old tree. Yeah, I know. Kind of weird, isn't it? All right, thank you so much. Sarah is so nice to give me the extra time to make dinner and prepare her for her sleepy time to rest. Hopefully you'll get some breaks because she's worked all day long. All I did was, chores. I mowed some grass today. I have consumed only 14 TV dinners in my entire life. I have never maxed out on banquets or anything like that. I used to get the Hungry Man meal. I think that was the third TV dinner I ever had was Hungry Man. It was really good. I mean, for $1, the banquet TV dinners are not bad if you want to get one, seriously. I mean, if you're a shut-in or your grandma can't cook for herself, so she has to use a toaster oven, you can stack 20, 30 banquet dinners in your, yeah, I know it's not the best food, but it's better than nothing. Add the One has a link. Hey, man. Today's Freedom Friday, so we're worried about police brutality. Police ID a man suspected of throwing or pushing a 5-year-old from a 3rd floor at MOA. Wow.
Rhonda, on it.
A 5-year-old boy has life-threatening injuries after falling from the 3rd floor at Mall of America.
Bloomington police have arrested 24-year-old Emmanuel Aranda on attempted homicide charges. He is accused of throwing or pushing this boy, and police say at this point the unthinkable act appears to be random. Matt Belanger is live outside the mall tonight with the latest on this investigation. And Matt, what do we know right now?
Paul and Jackie, there is so much disbelief here about this. In fact, we're told the mall is even bringing in some counselors to help people who may have witnessed this, who are trying to cope with what they've seen. And police tonight are investigating what may have prompted a man to do this as a Friday morning here at the mall took a frightening turn.
She said to everyone, please pray for my son. Everyone here right now, please pray.
Witness Brian Johnson told me he saw a distraught woman on the ground next to a young child at Mall of America, and later learned the 5-year-old boy had been thrown or pushed intentionally from the 3rd floor.
We have a report over on the south side that someone just fell from the 3rd floor to the 1st floor.
The child was face up. There was a substantial amount of blood around the child, and he was not moving.
The 3 levels of the mall's southeast court blocked off with crime tape for hours Friday. Crowds of investigators gathered instead of shoppers.
Middle-aged black male last seen heading northbound on level 3 from southeast court.
The 24-year-old suspect, Emmanuel Deshaun Aranda, ran from the scene and was later arrested elsewhere in the mall. He's being held on attempted homicide charges.
We feel that this is an isolated incident, and again, the suspect that was involved has been arrested and brought to the Bloomington Police Department.
The big question now, why did the man do this? Bloomington police say there's no apparent connection between the man and the child or his mother, and it appears to be a random act.
We are actively investigating as to why this incident occurred.
How in the heck could something like this happen? It's with all the craziness going on in the world today, why would you single out a kid and ruin a family's life like this?
You know, you probably remember the Canadian that killed a young man who was a real good-looking young man who basically Greyhound bus incident occurred 10 years ago. It was a Greyhound bus beheading, and you know they found the guy. The killing of Tim McLean. I'll have to think of Don McLean and the singer of Bye Bye American Pie. The killing of Tim McLean, yeah. He basically was killed by a man, Canadian man, beheaded, cannibalized while riding a Greyhound bus. Yep. Cannibalized. Oh, yeah. That's part of his body. A 40-year-old Chinese Canadian named Vincent Wai Guang. Now he was found not to be criminally responsible for murder and was remanded to a high-security mental health facility in Selkirk, Manitoba, where he was detained until his release May 8th, 2015. So here's a guy that turned to a passenger on the Greyhound bus and then stabbed him multiple times, proceeded to cut his head off, and they luckily barricaded the guy in the office or in the bus so that he didn't do anything after that, but he was eating the man's heart right in front of them. And some people even have suffered severe PTSD from this event. One woman's really struggling because she saw this whole thing happen right before her. This is the guy, if you happen to see him on a bus, you may want to get off the bus. He's out and about. He's been freed since 2015 based on untreated psychosis. That was his defense. So chances are the guy in this instance with the pushing the boy over the balcony probably will just be given, 3 or 4 years in a criminal mentally insane hospital. He looks familiar? You know him? Okay. Well, there, you know now to look for him. So if you see him on the bus, you may want to get off the bus. It's a good idea. All right? You saw the kid falling? Adla One was there when the kid fell? Oh my goodness. Whoa, man. I'm so sorry. That's tragic. Did the child, is he going to make it? Do you know? You have any word on it? That's serious fall. Have you heard anything locally other than what the story we just played? Okay, apparently no news is good news. Hi, oh, hi. Yeah, the guy who threatened to kill me 26 times. Hi. Yeah, he told me he was going to gut me like a fish. Hi. How are you? Okay, we're back up and running. Total Collusion is full force right now. We're the only ones in the world now discussing the connection to the Republican Russian. Yeah, he's in critical condition. I'm so sorry. Yeah, that's tragic. What a freaky accident. I mean, who would think somebody's going to push him off a balcony? No, I never met John Taffer. No, I saw a lot of famous people at Barney's Beanery when I was playing pool back in the 70s. Yeah, 78 gigabytes of threads. You found a significant censor script in regards to the bell button below the video player. We'll email tomorrow with a full explanation. Wow, interesting. Thanks, Andrew. Seriously, Sister Friday, I think Andrew's trying to, distance himself from that group. I go into the idea that when people get involved with gangs of people, just as viewers, they don't know who they're involved with. They have no idea the kind of people they're with. And as time goes on, people begin to realize, hey, T. Rucker faked his death, and then Mark was crying about it. That's really uncool. Yeah. So they start to realize, and we're starting to see a few people convert over to our show and realize that we're decent people, and we have a great show too. It's not like we're ignoring anybody or any one person. We're trying to give everybody a chance to speak out and share their views. But the attack on our show has been nonstop by the people who are in power, and they're paying a lot of money to do this. Chinese carrier is asking Boeing for compensation, according to reports. One of China's 3 major state-owned airlines has joined carriers that are asking Boeing for compensation after suspending use of its 737 MAX jetliner following 2 fatal crashes. They said at a news conference they've lodged claims, so we don't know what the dollar amount is yet, but China was among the first governments to order carriers to suspend the use of these in Indonesia and Ethiopia. So it killed a total of 346 people. So if 346 people were to sue Boeing, what is one life worth, on average? $2 million? $20 million? Can you even put a price on it? Let's see what they're, based on standard deviations of various people collecting money, they stand to make, if everyone sues in a class action lawsuit, yeah, we're looking at a good half, I'd say $750 million. I'd say $1 billion with lawyer fees. And so $1 billion isn't going to feel good for Boeing. I hope they do sue, but they should at least expect $2 million, no matter who was on that flight. $2 million doesn't even cover the loss of a person. He's financing a coup d'etat of not only this show, but America's Third Party, and most of you have your damn head in the sand, want to pretend like it's not happening. Well, thanks, Ace. Well, at least you know. Ace Spade just said the truth. There you go, Ace. Thank you. Yeah, and I know a lot of you Republicans are still hanging in there with me, even though I've been, verbally offensive to Trump supporters. But you know that my ideas are being stolen by Trump, so you like my ideas. I get that. But look at that. Mark Vaughn is financing a coup d'etat, not only on this show, but America's Third Party. Most of you have your head in the sand and want to pretend like it's not happening. Exactly. Thank you. And we have people that don't even believe Mark gets money, too, Ace. Yeah, we have people that believe that this is just something he gets off on. I don't see Mark as a person who would get off on this unless there was money involved. I really don't. I think he's a reluctant dupe in this situation. I think he's being manipulated by people much more powerful and capable and dangerous. So I'm not saying he's blameless. I'm just saying I don't see him as the kingpin in this whole operation. But I have enough information to draw solid conclusions. I even know the agency they're using to attack our show. Believe it or not, we have lots of inside information. And we have information going all the way to the highest levels of our government. Thanks for inviting me to your house in Kentucky. I bet it's nice. Okay, you need to clarify your perspective? All right. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, I think there are people that just don't believe that something's happening when it is. Clearly. Lots of people want to see the show, and they get to see it for free, so that's not a big deal. And many people want to chat, and they can't. And there is the problem.
Hey, do you ever wonder, like, what is going on? I mean, like, do you ever, like, wake up or do something, and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
You know, I try not to use those bad words, but I kind of understand where you're coming from. I worked at a carnival for 2 weeks in the fun house when I was 15 years old, so I kind of know where that guy was coming from. Yeah, I'd be out there till 11:30 at night, 15 years old, watching prostitutes and pimps come in, and they'd go in and they wouldn't come out for like a half an hour. Yep. I was helping a family member out. They didn't want to lose their job, so I worked the fun house to kind of fill in. It was a fun job, just sitting there doing nothing and collecting tickets from prostitutes and pimps. So yeah, I kind of know where that person's coming from for sure. So, you know, as far as total collusion, if you want to know who's involved, everybody's involved. Zionism is rampant throughout our government. The two-party system is corrupt to the core. AIPAC has nested in the back pockets of almost every official in our government, and they control decisions that are sweeping. And if you want to know about money to Israel, it's not going to be cut off by Congress, that's for sure. I would like to get Israel accountable, but I don't hate Israel. I certainly see them as an ally. And I know the people in Israel are upset that many of their people have been bastardized by the Ashkenazis. And knowing that that name resembles the word Nazi must really piss people off. Well, there's a reason why it resembles the word Nazi, because it is a shrunken version of the word Ashkenazi. And when we heard about Nazis a long time ago, we were never told that. Well, now we have a war to fight in a way, but it's a passive war. It's a war of awareness, an awareness. There you go. We're trying to help people realize that the two parties are corrupt to the core and that we need a third party to challenge this, we'll call it a Zionist backbone, that's leading our nation into war after war, causing us to do things that we shouldn't be doing, unnecessary bombing raids on poor villagers just to test weapons. Obama did that. Trump did that. Killing innocent people like an 8-year-old little girl Trump killed when he was 8 days into the presidency. He ordered an attack that even Obama said we shouldn't order. Trump just wanted to use the weapons. I want to use the UAVs. So we've got a very serious problem. And then Trump's corruption level is through the roof. He'll take money from anybody and promise anybody anything. He loves to lie. Last week, Scaramucci, the guy that was fired after 10 days in the White House working for Trump, all he made was a allusion to well, whatever. Doesn't matter why he was fired. Scaramucci says that Trump really likes it. He likes to lie. It's fun for him. And the most recent flip-flop is this thing about WikiLeaks. Remember when WikiLeaks could do no wrong? Russia, if you're listening, I want you to get all the emails from Hillary Clinton. And endorsing WikiLeaks the whole time. Now, Pence is saying he doesn't endorse that Trump doesn't endorse WikiLeaks or anything like it. Because Trump doesn't endorse it now. So it was convenient to use WikiLeaks, and now it's not. Now they're going after Assange as if he was the devil himself. And, you know, most people are okay with that because they don't care who this guy is. I don't know. But, I mean, many people are concerned that Julian Assange is just some fake character in a screenplay. And I wouldn't doubt he is, because the photographs that we've seen show him carrying a book. Now, there's a problem. If both of his hands are holding onto the book, there's too many hands in this picture. I know this seems a little ridiculous, but I believe this is more than enough evidence to suggest this is fake, but we have other evidence as well. He's holding this book, and the book says The History of the National Security State, written by Gore Vidal. And it's like completely bogus that this guy would be holding on to a book while he's leaving under armed control, and there's 4 hands there, or at least 3 hands. 1, 2. I'm just wondering where this hand is right here. There's something weird about this hand here. So I'll play you a video of it right now. Close up. It looks like Henry Winkler. Yeah, you're right. I mean, you could be right. Anybody could be right for that matter. Yeah, I'll just show you a little close-up of this I cut together last night. Yeah, the funds. Yeah. Now at the top of the hour, I changed my part to the other side, so have no fear. A new hairdo is near. He's walking out. Let me set that there and take the audio off. Look at the hands down there. It's struggling for this book, and we're not sure which hand is holding the book and which is pointing up. It just doesn't make any sense. Yeah, so it's pretty obvious that dang obvious that something is not right with the hands. So one hand is up here, another hand is down here, and they're both coming from the same angle. It looks completely pasted in, and the more you see the video, the more likely you'll see that it's pasted in. Yeah, I'm just so sick and tired of talking about the Julian Assange. I think Julian Assange has probably been, completely faked. And he looks pale, yeah. That's what Max Outcredit said. He said that the coloring is off. His face is just so pale. It looks like he's in a different light, too. So it's because there was only one camera at this event, and there was only one camera at the other time when he was on the balcony, we have to assume that there is no proof at all that Julian Assange is even alive. If there were 3 or 4 cameras taking that photograph, they couldn't keep control of it. That's the thing. They want to control the message. So there's always just one camera. Like with the New Zealand situation, they wanted to get rid of the film because it is so revealing of CGI, fakery. The guy was walking into a mosque, and there's a clip laying down in front of him. You can see in the video. And it just so happens to fit his gun. I mean, why would a clip be waiting for him at the mosque, sitting down on the floor, and he used it later on the way out? It's absurd. And of course, the shotgun through the windshield didn't go off. Nothing happened. And then he tipped the front of the nozzle of the gun on the window next to him to break it. And just, come on. Really? Come on. Play a video, please. I think Scorsese directed this arrest. Scorsese. Sure, you want to play the video again? Yeah. I mean, I can see why you want to see it over and over and over again. But should we really? Is it safe? You're going to bed? Hey, thanks, Ace Spade. Appreciate you standing up for us in the show. It's nice of you. Take care, man. What about this Democracy Now! Video?
The Ecuadorian embassy in London, where he's been living since 2012. Video shows Assange saying the UK must resist as he was being arrested. London's Metropolitan Police said in a statement that Assange was, quote, arrested on behalf of the United States authorities. WikiLeaks reported via Twitter that British police entered the embassy at the invitation of the Ecuadorian ambassador and says that Ecuador terminated his political asylum in violation of international law.
Now.org, the War and Peace.
All right, thank you from Democracy Now! Yeah. I don't do drugs. I'm not like Tiger Woods. I don't do painkillers or anything. I'm not a druggie. I'm not like Tiger Woods. I'm not a druggie. I did shoot a hole-in-one, though. You know, that's the best thing about my golfing career. It's 100%, you know. I left at a good time when I hit my hole-in-one. I said, you know, I don't really need to do this anymore. It's too much pressure. Yeah. Well, Tiger Woods is very attractive, and his wife, Lindsey Vonn, she is beautiful. Have you seen her pictures on the internet? Yeah, she's absolutely beautiful. Look at her. You know, what a gorgeous woman. I think they may have put a lid on the release of those nude photos that were hacked into when they were storing their love pictures on the cloud. I don't think this is gonna turn up any kind of nude pictures at all. Yeah, so I could probably go 1,000 deep in here and there would be nothing. He hired a firm to scrub everything off the internet, and they do it nonstop. So Lindsey Vonn's, luckily, I think they may have gotten ahead of it. Lindsey Vonn's and Tiger Woods had photographed stuff of sex stuff, and they put them on the cloud, and then their cloud server was hacked with a phishing email. Yeah. So it's really tragic what happened to them, but I think they've got really good people, cyber people, working double time. It was some sort of an Al Jazeera, a spin-off site that spread the picture across the globe. Yeah. Did any of you see the pictures of Lindsey Vonn naked? Press 1. No, nobody saw him. Yeah, that's good. Well, good. That's great. Hi. Very sad man. What happened, very sad man? You seem very sad. You don't have to talk. It's just, oh, very sad Maine. Okay. Yeah, so nobody in the show has seen naked pictures of Lindsey Vonn, which shows that, Tiger, you're doing a good job. Right on. Yeah, Tiger Woods, a very important person, super rich, you know, $600 million in assets, I guess. But who cares, really? It's irrelevant. You know, I don't want to pry into their life. It's ridiculous to, like, listen to Tiger and talk about him. Yeah, he was getting great endorsements, but he'll never have to worry again. Hey, Add the One has a link. Facebook, whoa, spent $20 million on Zuckerberg's personal security. Wow, up 4 times from previous years. Mark Zuckerberg, look at that, you know, making money. He's kind of an odd-looking guy, isn't he? He has kind of a face similar to the Habsburgs. There's a person in the 1500s that looked like him. I certainly don't. It's hard for me to get in that face. Anyway, yeah. So let's see. Mark Zuckerberg Friday announced he's allocated $20 million for security purposes, 4 times more than is received in 2016. I guess when you take on everybody's personal privacy and dump everyone's personal lives out on the internet for anyone to grab, it can affect your security. He's the only billionaire to actually get turned down by prostitutes. Wow. That's pretty amazing. I don't know any billionaires. Well, I've known a few trillionaires, but certainly no billionaires. I don't hang around with the slum. I don't slum around with billionaires. Trump weighs sending an unlimited supply of immigrants to sanctuary cities. So this is a threat to all the Democrats that wanted to, help them a long time ago. Now they're getting dumped on in states that are already... You see how Trump is trying to destroy our country? Not only is he not building the fence, it's taken 2 years and he still hasn't built anything, but now he wants to do what Obama was doing and just dump them in sanctuary cities. Can you believe how he's flipped on the whole issue of illegal immigrants? And plus, he hires 15,000 illegal immigrants for his jobs at the hotels. Well, we have to use them for work. We get them work visas. That we help a lot of people, very employable, very, very rich people. No, they're actually being deployed. Thank you for listening. So he's sending an unlimited supply to these locations. That's just bad news. Thanks, Scissor Fight, for telling me about that. Yep. President Donald Trump said on Friday he was considering sending illegal immigrants into the country, the so-called sanctuary cities, prompting U.S. mayors to accept such an offer as the battle over border security raged. So while they turn him down on the 7.8 billion he wants now, because I guess he's collecting interest on the money he doesn't have. Yeah, because the Democrats are doing this, he's going to dump on them all and ruin our cities. Wow, what an asshole. Could you believe this? I mean, he rivals Adolf Hitler in almost every way. Frustrated by rising numbers of undocumented immigrants that he didn't prepare for with his zero tolerance plan, where he separated 4,500 kids from their parents, who are now they're sitting there alone with zip ties and mylar blankets and cages going, Mommy, Papa, Mama, no aquí, oh, I mean, no le gusta. I mean, what's wrong with these people, man? They're being separated. They should be kept with their children. There's nothing wrong with these people. The children should be joined with their parents. No aquí. Oh. Seriously, I'm not trying to make light of this. This is bad news. Due to the fact that Democrats are unwilling to change our very dangerous immigration laws, we are indeed, as reported, giving strong considerations to placing illegal immigrants in sanctuary cities only. What a jerk. Why does he just call every city in America a sanctuary city? Because he's going to screw up this country by doing that. Don't we have an ability to build holding areas down below in the south of the southern border? We have the ability of building, I've got an idea, container fences. A container fence could actually be a place for people to live. Yeah. I think that's a good idea, Dave. Or we could deploy the robo-soldiers. These technically capable robo-soldiers will be able to deal with border problems instantaneously, sending all illegal aliens packing home. Well, when we deploy the robo-soldiers, we won't have to worry about the fence then. But that may be too late. Yeah. Hey, I introduced the Media Verification Alliance, which has made its debut on 153news.net. Yep. We're out there coming up with ways to solve America's problems, right down to what's true and what's false, and get to the bottom of what's happening. Yeah. It's a concept I'll be using to edit videos. I've got a lot of stuff in my library that need to be added to a video library, and we need to really start expanding out on all kinds of different levels. So 153 News doesn't have the censorship that YouTube has, so I have a much better chance of talking about the truth over there. Yeah, so we've got news trust to deal with here. Rahm Emanuel said in a statement, in Chicago, we would welcome these immigrants with open arms, just as we welcome Syrian refugees, just as we welcome Puerto Ricans displaced by Hurricane Maria, and just as we welcome Rohingya refugees fleeing genocide in Myanmar. Well, Rahm Emanuel ought to open up his personal house to the refugees in Chicago, you know? Yeah, it's probably a nice place. Inside Rahm Emanuel's home, we've got, yeah, look at this. He could easily offer quite a few of these people home, a place in his house. That's a beautiful house. Oh, he could fit at least 17 illegal immigrants in that living room. Yeah. And they've even got sleeping areas. All those couches could be beds. Look at how many sleepers you could put in the middle of that wood floor of Rahm Emanuel's house. That's pretty nice. David, how come Trump denied not knowing about anything about WikiLeaks, and yet there are a few videos where he says he loves reading WikiLeaks? You just caught Trump in a lie. Good job. I love the woodwork, Rahm. Man, you really know how to decorate your kitchen. I love that. That is nice. I love his love for. We share something, Rahm. The fact that I'm okay with Israel too. Yeah, I like Israel. Look at that beautiful house. Thanks, Rahm. Yeah, so you just figured it out. We have a Trump-tard awakening moment, everybody. You're coming out of your shell. You've arrived. You can be better and more important. Yes. You have the ability to come out of that shell and break through and realize the truth. We have a Trump-tard awakening moment. Congratulations. You're welcome to come into our show anytime you want. We're not dominated by the New World Order. They're not taking over. They don't run me. They don't have any sex tapes on me. They don't have any dossier of women urinating on me. I'm not into that thing. Yeah, so unlike Trump, I don't have anything they can use to control me. I'm a representative of the American people. You. I'm trying to say you. Yeah, the wood accent is really the way to go. It smells great with a good cleaning. Yeah. I love wood. I'm a big wood fanatic. In fact, I sometimes get pieces of scrap wood at the Home Depot just to put them on a wall and have the grain go in different directions. It's actually kind of a nice feeling to look at wood. It's calming. I don't know what about it, but yeah, there's no sex tapes on me, and I don't engage in sex chat or go on the internet like Anthony Weiner. So I think you've got a really good opportunity to challenge the Zionist elite state if we could all just get on the same bandwagon and go after them, both left and right. They're the ones that are trying to take away your rights to bear arms. They're the ones that are trying to ultimately impose extra taxes on the average American. Trump acts like he cares, but you saw your tax return this year. It's less than it was last year, and it'll be less next year. It's going to be so little you'll actually owe money soon, because that's the plan that Trump put in place. Yet he gave big corporations huge tax breaks. Amazon didn't even pay any taxes. Checking that YouTube video.
This is Donald Trump, and yet when Trump was
yeah, Trump dodges questions asked about Mueller, and he basically wants to slip under the radar now that he stacked the vote. William Barr was planted into the Attorney General office to deliver a no obstruction vote. That means Donald Trump is totally obstructing. I mean, completely stacked the vote against him.
was asked today about WikiLeaks, which he repeatedly praised throughout the campaign, he pretended he didn't know anything about it.
Mr. President, do you still love WikiLeaks?
I know nothing about WikiLeaks. It's not my thing.
Oh, it's not your thing. Well, what is your thing?
You know, there are 15 players capable of winning, and I guess you could say there are a lot more than that. They're great players. I don't think a field for the Masters has ever been this deep. I was watching late last night, and they were going over the different players. I think the field has never been so deep. But
he'd rather talk about golfing than what's right in front of him. His love for WikiLeaks was well known 2 years ago. Now he doesn't care about WikiLeaks. Isn't it funny what a liar he is? And Pence is lying too for him. I'll play that later. Yeah, he's denying the WikiLeaks. Thanks for that link. It'll be in my lineup. Mar-a-Lago intruder told feds she came for an event. She knew it was canceled, source says. Okay, so her story doesn't really add up, and why she was carrying 4 extra cell phones, an extra hard drive, and a laptop, and malware on a thumb drive, one does not know. They're investigating, the Miami Herald is investigating, how Trump has become a favorite target of a little-known Chinese industry peddling access to the rich and powerful. Trump Tourism is Cindy Yang, a former Asian day spa owner who sold access to Mar-a-Lago and the White House, raising concerns about national security. Yeah. Wu Jingjiang, the Chinese woman arrested trying to enter Mar-a-Lago, made an 8,500-mile journey to President Trump's private social club, saying she wished to attend a charity gala. But Zhang knew before leaving China that the function had been canceled, according to a source close to the investigation of the security breach at Mar-a-Lago. She had even requested a refund from the event promoters for a $20,000 travel package that included a ticket to the canceled March 30th benefit, said the one source, who spoke on condition of anonymity. The information revealed after a search of her electronic devices by federal agents could undercut the defense arguments that she was being truthful when she told U.S. Secret Service agents she was at Mar-a-Lago for a scheduled function. Yeah, I think she had something on that thumb drive, probably to harvest data from Donald Trump's cell phone. I think she was going to set up a stingray operation where she creates a fake Wi-Fi hub that when the president's there, he's always on the cell phone. We know that. It's like a daily thing for him. He has a phone security issue like no other. The NSA's never seen this before, and apparently they're not able to stop him. He's on the phone privately all the time, making phone calls privately to some, who knows, Vladimir Putin, who knows? And they probably wanted to pick up that information. She was probably just one of those Wi-Fi hotspots the Chinese put in play. Yeah. They're called stingray operations, where they can actually fake a Wi-Fi hub. Your phone is just accessing it, and they then access all of your information through the back door. Yeah, without lubrication. All right. Yeah, no espionage charge yet, but it could come. You never know. Yeah, you're welcome. Well, it's good we're bringing in the New Year's as we move forward. We're already into April now. Isn't that amazing? On our way to 2020 with little or no future for America other than working for the Russian oligarchs. And because the Democrats are so completely castrated, with Adam Schiff, the beneficiary of George Soros money, to get reelected, you got to wonder: are they going to come up with an impeachment charge or what? I mean, this is ridiculous. I can't tell you. This guy does not look like he's capable of much of anything. Adam Schiff is leading the parade, but he's been pranked by Russians. Yeah, let's see what we got here. Could be lead me somewhere. Washington Examiner. Total collusion. Adam Schiff pranked by Russians who offered nude photos of Trump. So they're playing with him. It's like a cat and mouse game. Here he's trying to get to the bottom of things, and as you know, he's not the best capable. I would be 10 times better, but you've got to understand this guy is kind of lost. He doesn't know what he's doing. And he's a ranking Democrat who was pranked last year by Russian comedians who offered nude photos of Trump. He thought he'd been speaking with Ukrainian politician Andrei Parubly, who offered potentially explosive information about Trump's visit to Russia during the Miss Universe pageant in 2013. Well, that's a year old. I didn't even know this story happened.
The president doesn't want to issue. He deflects and contends he knows nothing about it.
Anyway. All right. We're going to pull this down and move on to the next layer. Sarah's going to give me a chance to eat dinner, and I'll be back.
Thanks for making it.
Yeah, you're welcome. It's good. I like rice. Brown rice is healthy for us.
I like it better than potatoes or pasta.
No, good, yeah.
It is good. Brown rice. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, so very interesting. Al Capone's former. Okay, I'm just going through. Did you see this?
No. What?
It's a bit of code that was found on Mark's site right here. Andrew's going to be doing some more work, and he's going to deliver some stuff to us through email. But he's found code embedded in the site designed to censor me. Just like I said, my view counter's been all off for the past 6 years. All right, thank you. Just like I said, I was right all along. All right.
Okay, some kind of Miami Herald article. Yeah. Oh, Trump ran and won on a lot of conspiracy stuff, and now he denies it. I don't think I'm your aunt, Shadow. You might think I'm your aunt, but I don't think so. I should be more welcoming, that's true. But turn off the TV. No, I don't think I've seen Blue Bloods. Who are the right people in your opinion, 742? I didn't say that, Bobs. Okay. I don't know. Is The Walking Dead over yet? I thought the last one was it, but I don't know. I thought it kind of left on a okay note for that series. Well, David would say he's the right person, but he's not in the right position. And he's waiting until he's in the right position to do something about it, to take the next step. That's what David would say. No, I don't want to see these tweets. Let's meta nemesis, of course. Let's follow, and then we'll retweet that. Okay. Yeah, but there's a reason. At first, I thought that they should get rid of the Electoral College. But then I really... Right. Anyway, the Electoral College is there to represent is to ensure different states are represented. That's what I think about the Electoral College. Because imagine if there were no Electoral College, then it would just be very few states that decide the election. New York, Texas, California, maybe Florida. That's it. And then people wouldn't even bother going to the other states to campaign. If it was just a popular vote. Yeah, I understand that times change and things are different than they used to be, but my opinion changed on the popular vote versus the Electoral College. I think we could increase the Electoral College so that there's more representation in some ways. Or maybe we need to decrease it. But really it's like 400, 500 people decide the president. Yeah, it's pretty funny. I used to want to find out more and dig into all parts of the internet. Now I really don't want to read the news or even visit some parts of the internet. I am very selective. Yeah, I have gotten more selective now. I did turn on the TV and I'm watching a silly show, which is really like, why am I doing that when I won't read the news? But I think when I watch a show, I know that it's not real. Okay, Shadow, I'm sorry that you're sad. Xenu, I already gave you all the advice I can. I'm ignoring people to see if you will still love me, even if I ignore you. Well, the news is really I'm good not watching the news. It's all when I come in here and that's all the tabs open. No thanks, 829. I will always be loyal to David. Thank you. Alright, I don't mean to ignore you, but I already gave you advice, and no, I don't have more advice for people. How would you reset it if you could, Dr. Question Mark? Yeah, I would say the trolls do get to him. The trolls would get to anyone. I think they got to me. Oh, that's what I want to do. I figured it out. There we go. I'm reading Mathematics for the Million. Diderot had stage fright when confronted with a sentence in sign language. Oh, this is good. Today, the lives and happiness of people depend more than most of us realize upon correct interpretation of public statistics kept by government offices. Atomic power depends on calculations which may destroy us or may guarantee worldwide freedom from want. The costly conquest of outer space enlists immense resources of mathematical ingenuity. Without some understanding of mathematics, we lack the language in which to talk intelligently about the forces which now fashion the future of our species, if any. When I say it out loud, it sounds so much better when I'm just reading it silently. Oh, that changes everything, Xenu. I guess you weren't an incel. Unless you got it from some kind of transfusion. This is, oh wait. Mathematics for the Million by Lancelot Thomas Hogben. We live in a welter of figures. Cookery recipes, railway timetables, unemployment aggregates, fines, taxes, war debts, overtime schedules, speed limits, bowling averages, betting odds, rainfall, hours of sunshine, motoring records, power indices, gas meter readings, bank rates, freight rates, death rates, discount, interest, lotteries, wavelength, tire pressure. Every night, when he winds up his watch, the modern man doesn't wind up his watch, but the modern man adjusts a scientific instrument of a precision and delicacy unimaginable to the most cunning artificers of Alexandria in its prime. So much is commonplace. Even nowadays, people carry the more computing capacity in their pocket than it took to put a man on the moon. What escapes our notice is that in doing these things, we have learnt to use devices which presented tremendous difficulties to the most brilliant mathematicians of antiquity. Ratios, limits, acceleration, they're no longer remote abstractions, dimly apprehended by the solitary genius. They're photographed upon every page of our existence, and sometimes printed on dresses. Is it really evolution, though, or just giving AI the upper hand, Zelfire asks. In the course of the adventure upon which we are going to embark, we shall constantly find that we have no difficulty in answering questions which tortured the minds of very clever mathematicians in ancient times. This is not because you and I are very clever people. It's because we inherit a social culture which has suffered the impact of material forces foreign to the intellectual life of the ancient world. The most brilliant intellect is a prisoner within its own social inheritance. The Eleatic, E-L-E-A-T-I-C, Eleatic, I think, philosopher Zeno set all his contemporaries guessing by propounding a series of conundrums, of which the one most often quoted is the paradox of Achilles and the tortoise. Here is the problem about which the inventors of school geometry argued till they had the speaker's throat and writer's cramp. Okay, Achilles runs a race with a tortoise. He runs 10 times as fast as the tortoise. The tortoise has 100 yards start. Now, says Zeno, Achilles runs 100 yards and reaches the place where the tortoise started. Meanwhile, the tortoise has gone a length as far as Achilles. Has gone a tenth as far as Achilles and is therefore 10 yards ahead of Achilles. Achilles runs this 10 yards. Meanwhile, the tortoise has run a tenth as far as Achilles and is therefore 1 yard in front of him. Achilles runs this 1 yard. The tortoise has run a tenth of a yard, is therefore a tenth of a yard in front of Achilles. Achilles runs this tenth of a yard. The tortoise goes a tenth of a yard. He's now 100th of a yard in front of Achilles. When Achilles has caught up to this 100th of a yard, the tortoise is 1,000th of a yard in front. So argued Zeno. Achilles is always getting near the tortoise, but can never quite catch him up. You got a Within watch for sport, heart monitoring, and Twitter, Facebook, email notifications linked to your cell phone, one of those smart watches. I haven't invested in that. You must not imagine that Zeno and all the wise men who argue the point fail to recognize that Achilles really did get past the tortoise. What troubled them was, where's the catch? You may have been asking the same question. The important point is that you did not ask it for the same reason which prompted them. What's worrying you is why they thought up funny little riddles of that sort. Indeed, what you're really concerned with is a historical problem. Indeed, what you're really concerned with is a historical problem. I'm going to show you in a minute that the problem is not one which presents any mathematical difficulty to you. You know how to translate it into size language because you inherit a social culture which is separated from theirs by the collapse of two great civilizations and by two great social revolutions. The difficulty of the ancients was not an historical difficulty, it was a mathematical difficulty. They had not evolved the size language into which this problem could be freely translated. The Greeks were not accustomed to speed limits and passenger luggage allowances. They found any problem involving division much more difficult than a problem involving multiplication. They had no way of doing division to any order of accuracy because they relied for calculation on the mechanical aid of the counting frame or abacus. They could not do sums on paper. For all these and other reasons which we shall meet again and again, the Greek mathematician was unable to see something that we see without taking the trouble to worry about whether we see it or not. Okay, so then they have the actual picture. Here it is. This is Achilles. And this is the tortoise. And this is 111.1 yards. Oh, you're new to this site? Age, sex, location, everyone. I am 41, female, in Washington State. I know, the chat has successfully achieved a full catatonic state when I start reading when I start reading a math textbook. Greek geometry, which was timeless, could not make it obvious that Achilles would overtake the tortoise. The new geometry of the Newtonian century put time in the picture. So time in seconds, distance in yards, thereby showing when and where the two came abreast. Because they kept getting closer and closer and closer and closer. Anyway. You seem to have a problem in the chat. It's not just... If we go on piling up bigger and bigger quantities, the pile goes on growing more rapidly without any end as long as we go on adding more. That's why we should just be like deleting, removing, disposing of items that we don't need. We don't need to add more to it. If we can go on adding larger and larger quantities indefinitely without coming to a stop, it seemed to Zeno's contemporaries that we ought to be able to go on adding smaller and still smaller quantities indefinitely without reaching a limit. They thought that in one case the pile goes on forever, growing more... Whoops. Go back. Growing more rapidly, and in the other it goes on forever, growing more slowly. There was nothing in their number language to suggest that when the engine slows beyond a certain point, it chokes off. To see this clearly, put down in numbers the distance which the tortoise travels at different stages of the race after Achilles starts. As we've described it above, the tortoise moves 10 yards in stage 1, 1 yard in stage 2, 1/10 of a yard in stage 3, 1/100th of a yard in stage 4, etc. If we had a number language like the Greeks and Romans or the Hebrews, who use letters of the alphabet, using the one that is familiar to us because it's still used for clocks, graveyards, and lockwords, they'd write the total of all the distances the tortoise ran before Achilles caught up to him like this. X plus 1 over X plus 1C over C plus 1 over M. And they have to put and so on because the ancient world got into great difficulties when it had to handle numbers more than a few thousands or thousandths. Room service saw people making concrete from hemp and roads being built in India with plastic. Is that good or bad? No, I don't make any money off of Vaughn. Do you? It does sound like the rabbit. I mean, the tortoise and the hare. Apart from the fact that we've left the tail of the series to your imagination, do not forget the tail is not the tail of an animal. And do not forget that the tail is most of the animal if it goes on forever. Notice another disadvantage about the script. There's absolutely nothing to suggest to you how the distances at each stage of the race are connected with one another. Today we have a number vocabulary which takes on this relation makes this relation perfectly evident when we write it down. 10 plus 1 plus 1/10 plus 1/100th plus 1 divided by 1,000, so on, so on. I should read write a book about in my spare time. I have written some things, like a tell-all. I have like 3 different books going. Well, 3 different journals. I have a journal. No, actually, I only have 2. I kept thinking about writing a journal about my school experiences, but I do have, no, I do have 3. I have a journal that I write things about America's Third Party. It's kind of like a tell-all. And then, but it's, I don't know how telling it is. But it is, you know, about America's Third Party. And then I have my own journal that I write what I accomplished. In that journal, I am also keeping my stocks and different things. And it's okay. And then I have, that's about it. Maybe there is only 2. And then I thought about a 3rd one about writing about my school life. I did go back to one of my journals and looked at it. I was thinking I should just get rid of it when I was doing that KonMari cleanup. And I should just just get rid of that journal. And I looked at it and I was like, no, I think I'm going to keep it. It's okay. I think it's okay to have a journal because it's just having a conversation with myself. And then there's that whole issue of blogging, which is interesting. I do have some, I am in some ways, I'm thinking of working on a book about my composting. And I have some little school garden vignettes. Hello, Misanthropy. How's your writing going? You wonder why you do it? Well, you know, the thing is, I was listening to that book. It's nice I like listening to what they write. It's sometimes I'm like, oh, I'm listening to you. Work on your voice. I don't know. But maybe you could write about a fantasy land, a utopia. I think I'm one of those people. Sometimes I don't think I'm capable of change. And I'm hopeless because that's just the way things are. But then other times I think I am good, you know, so, but maybe I'm good just the way I am. There's no reason to change.
Let me grab this for a second.
I have
Exactly. That's a good point. Sarah was giving me some tips on how she has straightened her drawers out, and one of the things she was telling me is that if you buy something, you pay for the storage of that item.
Yeah,
It's
like
things.
She gave a specific example of her dad would buy these socks, and he would buy like packages of socks, and he would put them in his drawer. Still in the package.
Oh, right.
But
yeah.
then basically every time he went shopping, he'd buy another package of socks.
Oh.
And so
yeah.
there's like a full drawer of packages of socks. And it's like, and then, he didn't use them. And her point is like, your space is limited.
Yeah.
Wait until you actually need some. When your house is in order, you only buy what you need.
Exactly.
Because you see, you have a home for that. Like, there's my bottle of shampoo. I don't need to buy 20 bottles of shampoo.
Right. Some people buy things because they're on sale. Look at this cat trying to negotiate, and then it falls down. That's cute. Yeah, thank you.
That's an interesting concept she has.
Yeah, I love the idea. And why take up space in your mind?
Yeah,
too?
and her thought is like, unless you're going to use it, you're paying for storage.
So true. I like that theory.
Yeah.
And the more things you have, the more you have to store. So.
And storage can be costly.
Oh yeah. People make money on storage units. That's a very good investment too. Storage units.
Oh, I know, that's true.
People. That's even better than investing in campgrounds or whatever.
Yeah, storage units would be.
I found a campground, by the way, that was pretty cool for sale. Yeah. But it's like $500,000, $500,000. I was thinking how cool it would be to make a tiny house campground and just dedicate it to tiny houses.
Yeah.
And I know you'd have to do that out in in areas that are really rural. Because I'd love to, for the housing problem is really kind of the key issue for people. Millennials and snowflakes are all having problems. Finding homes. Studios. Well, container homes would be kind of cool, and just stack them all together and build a container home community. I wouldn't mind doing that, and everyone can do their own containers the way they want to.
Yeah.
That's just where you're investing in, say, 20.
Say you do a building, though, a building of studios.
Yeah, you could, but building in studios, you're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars, whereas containers you could buy 40 units for $80,000.
Well, I don't know.
Not you, but anybody could. I know for a fact.
How much is a new container?
I can get one delivered at my house right now for $3,000.
Well, I'm not
no
talking
questions
about
asked.
that one. I'm talking about
Any of them are. They're cheaper than that. Look online.
Yeah, I'm asking you to look online.
Oh, Craigslist? Yeah, let's do a Craigslist search for containers. I'll show Sarah yeah, here Craigslist, Dr. ? 1,000 miles wall made of storage spaces. Yeah, it's an idea because people doing storage wars will guard them with their life. Exactly. And let's look in our area. We're in the Skagit area of Washington. And I'm going to look for containers.
I wonder how much they are new.
Well, let's start with used because technically new is... Well, here's storage containers. They're all over the place. Wow. Some of them don't tell you the price, but they definitely sell them. Build a suit, make cabins out of them. Yeah, they have a bunch of ideas here. That's a cool idea. Look at that. A little deck on top. That's a really cool idea. Can you see that, everybody? Yeah. One of our people started talking last night about making homes out of the garden lumber that you buy at Home Depot for $3. And he's stacking those and making houses out of garden lumber. They're like red things that go 8 feet long. That's a 20-foot one. We're looking for 40-foot ones for $2,000. But these are just ideas you can do. Build your entire house out of the container. That's kind of cool. Yeah, I like what he's done there. He doesn't have any prices on here. I'd have to call him. But let's see what else we have. Let's see what the lowest cost. Here's $2,499 for this 40-footer. See, that's basically your price that you're looking at. That's an old China shipping container. These are all available right now, 40-foot long, $2,500. Yeah, I guess you'd have to have them deliver it too. Deliver me a container. Now, I would not want to take on something like that. Then you got to store it, you know? Here's a luxury modern small home built in suburban backyard. Wow. Hey, what do you have? You have an image?
There are lots of reasons why people choose to downsize. Sometimes it...
Bryce is so active, and he's got this show, Living Big in a Tiny House. He's got 1.6 million subscribers. And because that's all he talks about, he doesn't get kicked off YouTube. If you just have a one concept in your mind for a YouTube channel, you'll be way more successful than if you take on political issues like what we do. Yeah, you're going to get kicked off if you tell the truth about what's happening in the world. And that's the sad truth about YouTube. It's become kind of a... But this is a craze right now with YouTube viewers watching all about modern small houses.
It's financial, and sometimes it's just an opportunity to do something very fun and creative. That is exactly the case with this next inspiring family that we're about to visit, who have done something truly remarkable with their home's backyard.
There were many, many late nights and weekends, piece of art. Now we don't have any.
Oh my gosh, I got to see this. They put a pool next to their little tiny house. That's so cool. All right, great. More home sweet home discussions in our tiny house section, Freedom Friday. The reason why it's a good part of Freedom Friday is because it's freedom. Freedom from debt, freedom from paying payments on your mortgage payments, freedom from a 30-year note. You got a $3,950 40-foot, 5-foot steel container. Okay, thanks. So the numbers are right around between $2,000 and $4,000 for these 40-foot containers. I'm hoping we can buy them in bulk and build the wall that way. So nothing wrong with dreaming big, right? The idea of a wall is essential, though, if we are going to protect our country from a New World Order takeover. Now, one of the reasons why I was pushing for the container idea this year, and why I've been behind a wall for 10 years now, 1,000-mile wall, I did the numbers, and we will have to do a 1,000-mile wall. There's no way around it. But these, if we could get 2,000 apiece for these, the wall would be under $1 billion for 1,000 miles. In fact, we could even pay more than 2,000 apiece to get it under $1 billion, because I factored in 2,000. My total cost for the containers was $528 million, which makes it a little wiggle room to put in extra things. Okay, we got a gadget. I see Sarah's been giving you math lessons. That's nice. I know you all like that. Yeah, that's my equivalent of an eye roll. Oh, I don't take any, that was my idea to use CGI for remote rallies, yeah. Andrew Yang stealing my idea again. Hologram rallies, yeah. It's kind of a shame. Tiny house at Plessers.com. Okay, we entered to win a tiny house at Plessers.com. Misanthropy, this may be your one big move in life. I know a lot of people are having a hard time making that big plunge into their tiny house. Now, this is not Illuminati approved. Not the New World Order doesn't want you to live in a tiny house, and they don't want a wall. They want all of us to be living in garbage cans. I know. We're bucking the New World Order on this one. Here it is, Plessers.com. Enter to win a tiny house. Wow. Only 186,000 other entries and 18 days left. Okay, I'll post it in both rooms now. Yeah, thanks. There you go. I do not endorse this product, but if it's free, who can say it's, you know, that's a bad thing? Okay, and okay, so apparently the new Mayor-elect Lightfoot, is she Native American? I don't know, or is she just pretending to be Native American like Elizabeth Warren? The Chicago Mayor-elect Lightfoot says she'd welcome immigrants if Trump sends them. Oh, great. Yeah, maybe we have a dumpster drop that we could just bring them all to Chicago. And in fact, Chicago is doing so much better now. They only get 17 shootings a day now. 4 people die a week. That's not bad, you know. She's handling it so well. Hey. Sounds like Lightfoot, yeah. I'm going to assume she's Native American like Elizabeth Warren is not. Okay, Lori Lightfoot. Is she any relation to the tribal meeting? Let me see if Lori Lightfoot is Native American. Let me just do a little check. Sounds like a made-up name, like she's escaping her past or something. You know? After graduating from law school, she's an American politician. She worked in private legal practice as partner in a legal practice. She worked on the president of the Chicago Police Board. She was the former president of the Chicago Police Board. Oh, so she comes at it with police. She's got police behind her. Oh, this should be interesting, especially with her bringing all those immigrants in. It would become like a National Guard nightmare. We'd have to call the National Guard to straighten it out after she screws it up. Lightfoot is the first black female and first openly gay leader of the city. Now I'm going to do a word search here and see if...
Well, are you surprised?
I am. I am surprised. I'm going to do a word search here and just see if there's anything related to Native American on her bio. No, nothing. Indian? No, nothing. Okay, we need to do a background check on this woman. Yeah. Yeah, Lightfoot is a uniquely Native American name, and anybody pretending to be Native American, we already saw this with Elizabeth Warren. Come on. The last thing we need is another imposter, or worse, a clone. Yeah, remember we talked about the Hillary clone? Yeah. So we've got a lesbian woman named Lightfoot with no connection to Native Americans, and we've got Hillary Clinton's clone in play here. She may run, you never know. Okay, well, I hope it works out for her. If she wants to take all those... doesn't it ever occur to people that maybe they're biting on too much for them to chew? Okay, Kim Jong-un is very upset. You know, you deny a man 900,000 bottles of vodka. That's what Russia did. They offered 900,000 bottles of vodka to North Korean to meet Donald Trump in Hanoi. Yeah. And then Lavrov made a phone call and turned them all in, and all of it was repossessed at the border. It pissed off Kim Jong-un, and I know this is just me guessing, but he's got to be upset. Now, Kim Jong-un gives Donald Trump until the end of the year to change his attitude toward North Korean nuclear talks. No more Mr. Nice Guy. Kim Jong-un is stepping out and being a tough guy. Because he's dealing with mobsters. Pompeo, he said, they acted like a mobster. Yeah. He said the U.S. must change its attitude to talk by the end of the year. Okay. I would say so. Yes. He made a slew of personal changes that bolstered his diplomatic lineup. So he's cleaning house. How the Kim Jong-un summit soared? No, it didn't. What is this, Propaganda 101? I'm going to play how it soared. It sucked. They didn't accomplish anything. We did that thing, nuclear, the big word thing. We did the denuclear thing. Yeah. Denuclearization, Donald. He can't say that word. It's hard for him to pronounce those big words like denuclearization. So we did the big word thing, but they didn't. They didn't accomplish anything. Okay, and this guy, apparently a 1%er, a relative of the DuPont family, raped a 3-year-old girl, and according to the judge, they don't want to have him do any prison time because he wouldn't fare well there. Yeah, this is a story that came in earlier from the Huffington Post. Oh. Well, that's weird. Yeah, I can't even refresh the page. Well, scratch that story. That's weird. Oh, there it is. I clicked on it, and instead of playing it, it just went to another page.
So, Jeff, you spent a year in federal prison. The judge ruled that he would not fare well. Walk us through your experience, a day in the life for you in federal prison.
Well, I worked in a warehouse with 6 other guys unloading food trucks for my year. You can't tell from this angle, but I'm 5'6". I'm now 135 pounds. I went in at 117, and the 6 guys I worked with were 230, 250, 260, 270.
Okay, thank you. In other words, you got to pick up the soap. All right, thanks. So, but giving special treatment to a DuPont family member is not cool. Not cool at all. Just like giving special favor to Jeffrey Epstein, like this particular article says, is not cool. Apparently, this guy was known by the entire all the people at the highest government level said that this guy was going to reoffend. The DA knew that Jeffrey Epstein was a dangerous pedophile when arguing for his leniency. So, yeah, the Manhattan's DA office had graphic and detailed evidence of pedophilia, of the pedophile billionaire Jeffrey Epstein depravity, when a prosecutor inexplicably argued for leniency during his 2011 sex offender registry hearing. Yeah, so something's going on. He is a close friend with Donald Trump, and Donald Trump won't talk about it. And Jeffrey Epstein had a black book where Donald Trump was the #1 person on his list. So, Donald Trump making fun of other candidates like Joe Biden is kind of ridiculous. It definitely is the pot calling the kettle black. And we've got another black hole picture analysis, possible Photoshop. Thank you, Scissor Fight. Jeffersonian girl. The black hole image. This is a 7-minute one. We'll add to you our lineup. Let's just check it out. The media has been hyping up this first ever image of a black hole. The problem is all of their images of Earth from space are air photoshopped, because it has to be.
Ideas undiscovered. Breakthroughs available to those who can remove one of truth's protective layers.
So NASA Graphics CGI's designer, Robert Simon, admits all pictures from space are fake Photoshop CGIs. Wow. Okay. That's what I want to hear. All right.
Then in 2002, Blue Marble 2.0. NASA's Rob Simon made this.
Yep, Rob Simon has actually talked about the fact that he made it. This is really good. I'll play this tonight in our show. Appreciate it. Yeah, so when you go Googling for the pictures of the Earth, like I just Googled for Hillary's clone, and I picked up all these pictures of her clone. Yeah, it's just what you do when you Google. I hope you don't mind me Googling. But yeah, let's look at Earth. Not Earthlink, Earth. Do people even have Earth? It sends me to Earthlink. That's terrible. I gotta go back to Google. I need to Google Gaga. Earth. There we go. All right, so as we scroll through these pictures, these are all artistic drawings. Now, if we have, in fact, have been to the moon, you'd think with all our photographic equipment back in the 1960s, full color processing and everything we had, we'd have a really cool picture of the Earth that we wouldn't, somebody slipped a flat Earth one in there. We wouldn't have to have artistic drawings of Earth, would we? No, we wouldn't, Dave. Hair, beautiful hair. I know. I went to the other side tonight. I switched sides on you. Yeah, so there you have it. all artistic drawings as far as the eye can Google. Google. Everything's an artistic, even a donut there. Look at that. It's all artistic. So there's no actual photographs of the moon. Doesn't that make you think? Kind of like, I don't know. How come they don't have a picture of the moon, Dave? Well, because they figured it all out.
Hey, do you ever wonder, like, what is going on? I mean, like, do you ever, like, wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
Yes, thank you. I have indeed. We can get an image of 50 million light years away and know what it is, but seeing one of the Earth is kind of difficult. Yeah. So this theory of we're looking at a black hole. The black hole is in our brain. Yeah, and it's called propaganda, and we've been filled with propaganda, lies, deceit, which has pushed our country to the edge of our own chair. We're sitting on the edge of our chair here. Yeah, we know this whole story about Julian Assange and the rape charge. This is an elaborate cover-up of something else. Our government's up to no good right now, and this whole story of Julian Assange is being put in front of us. I don't even believe it. I don't even believe he's alive. The photograph we've shown you tonight does not look like a real guy. It looks like a face being carried out the door. Look at this. Yeah, it's very, very pale too. And we found out he had 3 hands. But he may still face a rape charge in Sweden. Maybe he raped himself too. You know, this allegation that he smeared feces all over the Ecuadorian embassy on the walls is just outrageous. I mean, and again, it comes under the heading of if you tell a lie big enough and long enough, people believe it. So the story about feces in the wall, well, how could you not believe he was stuck in an embassy by his own intention for 7 years? Yeah, he's become the new anything. Assange was always a character, if you want to call him a character. If he's alive, which I seriously doubt, because again, all these camera angles, we're only down to 1 camera of every single shot we've got of him. Any 1 camera shot of him is going to be easily duplicated and altered. It's ridiculous. Okay, we have an Israeli spacecraft that crashed. Huh. Let me go back to my container wall here. I think I'm missing a little music in the show. You know, Mr. Right hasn't been played lately, and I'm just kind of like getting into that over dramatic.
Straight off CNN, the most trusted name in lies. The Israeli spacecraft that they launched didn't make it to the moon. Damn it. It crashed, and so no proof that it went to the moon is there except for the CGI bullshit. I believe I was watching a little bit of a video that Jaronism made. And, of course, CGI, and more CGI.
CGI, and more CGI. Pretty soon we'll be falling asleep to this CGI thing. CGI. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Assange is the new, yeah. I think we're done with that concept. I'm going to look at that later. Okay, 1 dead and others hurt in the Nipsey Hussle procession. The burial procession was celebrated by hundreds of thousands of people, if you call that a celebration. Pamela Sue Anderson dated Assange. I don't even believe that either. I think she was just like hired to make an appearance as an Illuminati slave. The guy that was going to really do a documentary about Dr. Sebi is dead. Nipsey Hussle was really looking forward to doing this documentary about holistic solutions in healthcare to stop cancer, and how the big pharma industry doesn't want us to kick cancer. They want us to all die and pay a lot of money in the process. And Nipsey Hussle was going to do a really big documentary on this Dr. Sebi, who was pretty much neglected and killed because they didn't want him to spread the good word about his ways of stopping AIDS and killing cancer cells. So many people believe that Nipsey Hussle was killed. It was a hit style. Somebody paid that guy to kill him. And then guy was probably go, I could do 20 years in jail. It'd be cool. I do a lot of crack, no problem.
Hickok 45 here. Look what I have.
One of the problems with a lot of people who are in that neighborhood is
Colt 1903.
They don't care if they get a murder rap because it's like a holiday with their friends. I'm serious. It's like a holiday in the prison cell. Here's a Colt model 1903 pocket hammerless close-up. Wow, that's an oldie.
Pocket pistol.
That's classic.
In the massive chambering 32 ACP. You have seen it, I hope. That's kind of stiff.
It's stiff, all right. Look at that. Wow.
It's a nice old pistol.
I don't think it's appropriate to look at old guns. They could blow up in your face, but we'll definitely add it to our 1904 collection for the 1903 pocket hammerless close-up. Guns. It's what's for dinner. New Jersey autism rates soaring compared to other states in the CDC study. I wouldn't doubt it's all those aluminum byproducts coming out of the smokestacks in New Jersey. They got a lot of smokestacks in New Jersey, you know. Yeah. I've been driving through New Jersey on my way to, Newark Airport, and I can't help but see all the smells coming off the factories and all that stuff, Yeah, we're talking, environmental cleanup. One of those specialties that I'm very, very interested in, if you know what I'm talking about. I'm in waste management. New Jersey, definitely soaring autism rates, big problem. Got to find out exactly where some of the dump points are leaking into the water supply. We got to go in and do a lot of super fun cleanup, and work with everybody we can to make sure that this problem's going to have to go away, if you know what I'm talking about. Okay. I'm going to make you an offer you can't refuse on this whole thing. You know what I'm talking about? New Jersey saw the highest prevalence of African American and Hispanic children with this autistic disorder. Do you think this is related to the forced vaccinations? We have to do an isolated study. We should spend 20, 40, maybe 50 years studying this problem and dedicate hundreds of millions of dollars in the study of the study. Empire Files, Gaza Fights for Freedom, trailer, misanthropy. Well, I may be monetized. I better put that in my lineup. Yeah, that's Empire Files is kind of cool. Thank you so much. I love these links. They're great. Yeah. Roadkill is what's for dinner. So she's got a big basket full of problems there, this woman. Yeah, Mayor-elect Lori Lightfoot had never served, but she's so confident she's going to be able to help the people of Chicago with her police-style ways of doing things that she's so happy, and she's got the police force in behind this. What kind of re-election is she ever going to get? I'm sure the policemen are going, I can't believe that she's trying to bring all these people in. It makes no sense. So I told you she was bad when she's president of the police organization. Here she is doing it again, eh? Well, let's give her a chance. Maybe she'll do better. But opening her mouth up and offering to be a dump point for all immigrants, what an idiot. Bingo. Ding, 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 ding. Another one bites the dust. Hey! And another one down, and another one down. Another one bites the dust. Hoo! I just don't think she's going to last as governor, not with that attitude. Okay, so according to Trump is offering to pardon anybody at all involved in Homeland Security if they're charged with any violation of immigration law. So he's just blanket offered to allow people to commit illegal acts. He's going to pardon them anyway. So if ICE is in there breaking heads and breaking bones, which according to one person who comes in our show, he says he works for ICE. He said they're breaking bones of people, illegal immigrants. Apparently, Trump is going to allow felonies like that and just going to pardon everybody. Nice. That sends a real stage of leadership, you know, to tell everybody to commit illegal immigration law acts and then go ahead and pardon everybody. Nice move, yeah. AOC defends Omar. That sounds pretty predictable. On the Trump 9/11 video, you know, they tried to peg AOC as being, you know, insensitive, or excuse me, Omar was pegged as being insensitive to the 9/11 attack, and we have her video here. Yeah, it's worth looking at least. I'll show it for you. Oh yeah, very, very nice. Here she is, Omar. Oh, I guess I don't have her on. No, I don't have her on cue right now. She's in my audio file. Got it. All right, here's the light version.
CARE was founded after 9/11 because they recognized that some people did something and that all of us were starting to lose access to our civil liberties.
And a special thanks to Representative Omar of Minnesota. Oh, I forgot. She doesn't like Israel, I forgot.
We finally have a leader, a world leader in the White House who publicly says Islam hates us, who fuels hate against Muslims, who think it is okay to speak about a faith and a whole community in a way that is dehumanizing, vilifying, and doesn't understand, or at least makes us want to think that he doesn't understand the consequences that his words might have.
Was that a threat? I don't know. That sounds like a veiled threat. Doesn't that sound like a veiled threat? The consequences his words might have. So, yeah, she's kind of a rabble-rouser, isn't she? Did anyone perceive that as a threat from Muslims? I want to tell all of you that Omar is right, though. We have to look at AIPAC as a problem. And her next point is valid.
Talk about the political influence in this country that says it is okay for people to push for allegiance to a foreign country. I want to ask, why is it okay for me to talk about the influence of the NRA, of fossil fuel industries, or Big Pharma, and not talk about a powerful lobbying group that is influencing policy?
Congressman Omar is terrible, what she said. And I think she should resign from Congress, frankly. But at a minimum, she shouldn't be on committees, certainly that committee.
Okay, the music just sucked. That is not the no. God. That is, yeah, I just want everyone to know that it's not anti-Semitic to talk like she's doing. No. No, it isn't. As long as people understand that she's trying to make a point. Yeah, just because she's Muslim doesn't mean she's out to get Jewish people. I'm not standing here defending Omar because I like her brother, who she may have married to become a U.S. citizen. I don't even know these people. But I can tell you that if she continues to be the kind of person that she appears to be, she'll be singled out as a scapegoat, and the whole story of anti-AIPAC will go down with Omar. Now, I'm against AIPAC too. I'm against Zionist influences in both parties. So her statement really has resonance here. It resonates among a lot of people. Yeah, so she's going to be scapegoated, and then they'll just try to get rid of the anti-AIPAC group. Now, Beto has jumped on board along with Omar. He's attacking Israel now, and I never would attack Israel. I think Israel's wonderful and certainly our strong ally, and I would treat them with respect. But I can't do their bidding worldwide like Trump is doing as a Zionist. And I'm not a Zionist like Biden, who clearly is a Zionist. All right, so we're going to have to deal with Kim Jong-un and his being upset about the whole thing. We'll deal with that later. Donald doesn't want to talk about it because right now he's taking orders from Vladimir Putin, and we'll decide. Vladimir Putin will decide how we treat Kim Jong-un in the future. So now do we route all of our decisions through Vladimir Putin and the Russian Kremlin? Now that Trump and the Russian collusion is still pretty much in play? Do we have to ask the Kremlin for permission to, like, do things now? Does anybody have any information on that? All right. So what is America's third party? Yeah. What are we all about? That's what I want to know. Of course, I don't. I do know that. But if you want to know, this is pretty much what we're all about. I'll give you a little tutorial here. We're pro-legalization. We want to legalize marijuana because it's very beneficial and it's certainly good for your body. It has all kinds of positive effects. Over 65% now of the country support recreational marijuana being legalized, which opens up a world of opportunity for industries to develop. Excuse me, but you're not allowed to promote sites like that. I thought you learned your lesson. Thank you. Yes, Michael, basically Joe Biden really thinks this is a big effing deal about everything. He told Obama that after Obamacare passed. The problem with the Democrats is they want to cap and trade. They want to carbon point legislate. I just want to innovate. So renewable energy solutions like the windmill that goes on top of electric poles, which is my original idea, is something really good. The windmill itself was a Savonius windmill, which is an open source windmill. Nobody can claim ownership of that. But this concept is my original idea. And also bringing our troops home and getting out of foreign wars, that's central to what I want to do. And of course, ending the Federal Reserve. So these are really big chunks of centrism you're looking at right now. That's pretty much where we're at. We're non-interventionists around the world, but we still want to bolster our national defense. We also want to separate from the big bankers who are controlling our monetary supply. I have a big idea called Infrastructure Bank. The Infrastructure Bank will offer 2% loans to U.S. businesses that hire U.S. citizens at a living wage of $15 an hour. And it'll help the country immensely. I've never seen the Tower of Solar in Israel. Yeah, I think solar farms are going up, not out, yes. And solar power is another big part of our homestead renewal plan and our job plan. So we have a big, huge job plan that the other parties don't have. Plus, I have a halo over my head. Let's not forget that. I don't think anybody else running for office has a halo over their head. I am digitally compliant with all digital communication systems. I'm looking for my housing solution. Yeah, I guess. Oh, there it is. Okay, so this is the concept that I wanted to share with you. A solar rooftop program where everybody could have solar rooftops facing south in America, eventually. Initially, we'll offer a lottery system that will give people a chance to have these things for free. And we'll pay for them out of the savings out of your electric bill. We'll get the government to build products like this that'll roll out on rooftops, mass produce them, and get past this huge venture capital glitch in the solar power industry. With Barack Obama, he created Solyndra, or he funded Solyndra to the tune of $530 million, and then they took the money and bankrupted themselves. This is what solar companies do. We won't let anyone do that. We will get these things rolling because they're already being made right now. The Army Corps of Engineers is working with a solar power company to create these things for the Army Corps of Engineers. So we don't have to do much more than ramp it up into a mass production situation, which I think is something that is viable. Well, let's be clear. Here's an example of the solar rooftop deployment. I think I was, yeah. I don't have that link right now. I normally have it ready to go. Oh, there it is. I was not alphabetical. Here it is. Isn't that cool? You can imagine putting some epoxy under each one of those things, setting them on your roof, screwing them into your roof, putting wads of epoxy so no water gets underneath, covering the entire roof with solar panels. Make it so you don't even have to re-roof that roof ever on that side of your house. Ta-da, da-da-da-da-da. Princess Diana's fatal injury should not have killed her, expert says. Whoa. You know, I had a feeling they killed Princess Di in the car. I had this weird psychic feeling that I was very upset when Princess Diana died. I had this strange psychic feeling that something was not right, that there was definitely foul play. And of course, Dodi Fayyad's father did an exhaustive search, cost $6.5 million. He found out that British Royal Intelligence, 500 of them, 500 top agents were in Paris 2 days before Princess Diana died. That alone is suspicious. Experts say her injuries would not have killed her. A top forensic pathologist, wow, he argued it in his new book. She says her very tiny injury, a tear in a vein, only caused her death because it was in the wrong place, hidden deep in her lung. Her specific injury is so rare that in my entire career, I don't believe I've seen another. Diana's death is a classic example of the way we say after almost every day, if only. Shepard continues, if only she had hit the seat in the front at a slightly different angle. If only she had been thrown forward 10 miles per hour more slowly. Injuries the royal mom of two sustained in the 1997 car crash in a Paris tunnel proved fatal. But one thing that could have saved her was totally within her control, he argues. If only she had been wearing a seatbelt. Wow. Had she been restrained, she would have probably appeared in the public 2 days later with a black eye. Wow. So this attitude of not wearing seatbelts led to her fatal injury. Thank you, Dark Engine. Whoa. Disgruntled fans of Woodrow Morphonigan shills. Shadow banning is a thing. Really? YouTube shadow banning, what they're doing. An easy way to check if your YouTube is shadow banned. Okay. That'll be cool. We'll get a tutorial on that. Let's take a look. I'm sure YouTube would want us to know this.
I noticed something funny going on with one of my comments. I hadn't got one like, not that it matters. Doesn't matter at all if anybody likes it or responds. But I usually get likes and responds, especially on this channel. And there's nothing. So it popped into my mind to check things out some more. I kind of suspected I was being shadow banned again. So what I do is you just copy the link of the video, log out of your YouTube, Google, go back into YouTube, not logged in, paste the link of that video into your browser. And then scroll down and check to see if your comment's there. And what do you know? Look at that. No comment. Nowhere to be found.
No comment.
That's what you call being shadow banned by YouTube.
Right.
they've really been messing with me a lot.
Wow.
They've stolen thousands of dollars in revenue from me.
Wow. Thousands.
They've pretty much destroyed my YouTube channel.
Wow.
I was averaging 4 or 5 up to 2,000 views an hour. Now I'm lucky to get 20 views an hour.
Same thing happened to me 9 years ago.
What's going on, YouTube?
Yeah. What's going on, YouTube?
I have come here to chew bubblegum and kick ass, and I'm all out of bubblegum.
Okay, cool outro, kind of generic, but cool. Yeah, so shadow banning is the thing. Yeah, and even we're getting shadow banned. Just now we were locked out of our Bond chat room. It's been dysfunctional. Nobody can respond. Yeah, the Bond chat room is dead. So, yeah, so it's all happening right now as we speak. Thank goodness for 153news.net that we can even talk about it. Well, you're giving in. You see, your attitude of surrender, it seems, or belief that we'll never succeed in anything we do is a self-fulfilling prophecy, Misanthropy. I've been trying to tell you that. There's something very defeatist about it. So your next move is, what are you going to do? I can search all I want. The things I look for do not come up. Yeah. You're unless you go to the dark net, you're screwed, right? Well, there's an option. If you are suffering from sheepitis and a unwillingness to change, maybe there's hope for you. Yeah. I'll take you to a place that I found, I created on the internet. That's a kind of a cool spot to hang out from my perspective. I call it Cool Rock.
In a world where bass rules the planet and its inhabitants worship sound, two superpowers collide.
We bring you a nightly soundscape of incredible music. Join us at coolrock.com and watch Virtual Chat, great music, and interactive news mix.
Okay, let me show you what I got here. This is just something you want to X out of. The owner doesn't have any ad revenue, so he's just nice enough to mount it on the site. But yeah, Cool Rock. Okay, so you click to enable the flash in your flash system. You allow that. That opens up the video, and you can watch our show. But best of all, you could go to this button right here, which we just added. And if you haven't checked this out, I think this is your option. Web Oasis, Misanthropy. That's right. You want search engines? They got them. You want to go through and do alternative internet work, privacy, discuss things online with blogs all over the world? This thing's unbelievable. It's endless. You've got every access portal to the entire internet here. This Web Oasis will open up the internet for you. I think what you're suffering from is constipation of the internet. It's like been there, done that too many times. I think this will open up a whole vista of opportunity for you. But Cool Rock itself has a lot of fun stuff. You can X out of anything. You can move your browsers over. You can watch our YouTube channel by clicking this button. You can listen to Scissor Fights music here. Yeah. Thanks. Maybe you are willing to change. The point is, this gives you options. Lots of options. Here's a song he just created, That Girl, you want to dance with. I'm going to stop that right now, and but you get the idea. Okay, so then if you want to go down into the depths of this site, you can go down here, and again, you've got the iBlog chat room over here you can get involved in as well. So you've got everything on your desktop. You can also play music. And you can interact with an AI system, which is pretty cool. AIs are kind of amazing. This is an AI-driven piano player. Play. Ooh. That's the computer's response to everything I do. Anyway, you can just Google, just have fun, you know, and then, you could go to Mr. Doob and play if you're like an artistic person. This is fun. Yeah, sorry has encountered a problem. That's hilarious. Whoa. You want wild 3D stuff? This is it. This is anything you want in here, even music. Okay, down below is all sides. I've got a dead RSS feed here. I'm going to get rid of it. The all sides is really good stuff. Herman Cain's chances of a Federal Reserve appointment diminish. Former Godfather's Pizza CEO and former presidential candidate Herman Cain sees his chances dim after 4 GOP senators voice opposition. So Donald Trump's pick, Herman Cain. Seen from the right wing, it says that. From the left wing, it says Herman Cain Fed chances dim amid Republican Senate opposition. Anyway, it comes from different perspectives. You can read it from the left, right, or center. And this is Explore America, a really cool site that gives you a chance to find out about our roots, what made us America, and it even gives you links along the way about these cities and states. So I'm telling you, this resource of Cool Rock and the Web Oasis combined really will open up a vista of fun for all of you. I wanted to make it a free venue for everybody just to have fun, you know, messing around with stuff online. We're not, you know, taking your name or number. We're not tracking you with cookies. It's just a site you can go to. Yeah, I didn't like Herman Cain either. He stole my I have a 10% flat tax. He came up with a 9% flat tax. I mean, it's like, come on, man. It's like, could you at least do exactly what I'm saying? Okay, so here's a way to go swimming without getting eaten by a shark. Ocearch, it's called, osearch.org. You can research how many shark attacks have occurred. As you can see, up in the Cape Cod area, we're talking 32. Whoa. All along this way, we've seen shark attacks in the waters. Here's one shark. Oh, I'm sorry. Even better. These are actual sharks. They're tracking these sharks that they've tagged. This is a real-time active search of the sharks as they rotate around the water. So you can actually see where the sharks are at any given time. That's hilarious. Isn't that amazing? Real-time active search for sharks. So if you say you want to go fishing in Virginia Beach right now, not that you'd want to because it's cold. There's a shark right out there right now. Did we give it a name? Is it an actual? His name is Hudson. Yeah. Yinzer, a mako shark, is out there. They actually have names for these things. Isn't it amazing? And when it's eating you, it will send back data about how good you taste to the. It'll update immediately to the wiki. The electrodes in the shark's brain sends positive imagery whenever it eats something human. I'm kidding. Now that Julian Assange has been arrested, I hope he will soon be held accountable for his meddling in our elections on behalf of Putin and Russian government. Charles Schumer. Oh, no. Okay, so pin the tail on Julian Assange. Charles Schumer is not picking on Trump now. He's picking on Julian Assange. What a joke. Seth Rich is the real leak here that was never investigated by anybody. That's ridiculous. The real issue is Seth Rich, in my opinion. Yeah, I've got a link here I'll show you. This came in our pre-show. It's very interesting. This is a picture of Seth Rich in the middle of this picture right here. He was sitting at a club. Behind him are key players in this whole thing. Imran Awan, the guy who's fingered for having possibly been involved with illegal hacking for Hillary Clinton, the guy with the arrows pointing at him, he was standing there right behind Seth Rich the night before Seth Rich was shot the morning after. Now, I believe Seth Rich was shot 3 times in the back by an assailant who knew him, and the article has confirmed police report that Seth Rich may have known his attacker. Because there was not much of a struggle, look at his picture from earlier that evening at the bar. His attacker could have been Imran Awan. Awan, the IT hacker, was Seth Rich on his fatal night. Now, the problem with this story is the government refuses to investigate Seth Rich as the source of the WikiLeaks. Even though everything points to him getting access to the server that Awan brothers had, and motivation for killing him would have been to stop him from getting the emails out. Wow. Okay, misanthropy. You've got a link here to somebody who's willing to sell his entire governorship for cash. Are you serious? Okay, you've been busy on the internet, haven't you? Yeah, you've been reading all those Reddit feeds. Friends of Floyd. Oh, so everybody makes cash contributions to this guy. Everytown for Gun Safety Action Fund. Wow. Democratic Party, all the cash contributions this guy's been getting. Yeah, you've been looking into it. So what you're saying is he's for sale. Well, that's probably true with almost every single politician out there, for the most part. Yeah. Is this racist? I don't know. I can't tell you what. I don't want to put it on the screen. It is somewhat, severe, but I don't think it's that a racist for Mark Dice to put this out there. Yeah. I think Mark Dice is hating on Omar without actually facing up to the clear problem AIPAC has taken front row center control over our two-party system. I think Omar is making some good points. 60 profitable Fortune 500 companies avoid all federal income taxes in 2018. No wonder our government's running out of money. Trump has been giving too many Fortune 500 companies freebies. Yeah. These people avoided paying taxes in 2018. IBM, Amazon, Netflix, Molson Coors, General Motors, and all these other ones. Look at these. Wow. The list goes on and on. People that paid zero taxes. All the more reason to have a flat tax, everybody. Wow. That's huge. Whirlpool, United States Steel, Trinity Tech Data, Rockwell Collins, Prudential Financial. Wow. See, the flat tax of 10% on income over $50,000, this is the idea, will actually lower the overall tax income initially for our government, but in the long run, it'll bring in more because churches will have to pay taxes. Nonprofits like United Way will have to pay taxes. United Methodist churches, Catholic churches. These are ways in which we can gain more revenue back. And I'm not trying to leech money from churches. I'm just saying 10% is like tithing. And why should churches be treated differently? It seems like they would be, separation of church and state would insist that they have the same rules that we do. That's my argument. But in any event, 10% would encourage investment capital in the U.S., or foreign governments would say, or foreign corporations would say, yeah, we could at least put $50,000 into an investment in the U.S. and get tax-free income on it. It's like a no-brainer. And then any more would just be 10%. This eliminates, the best part about this plat is it eliminates tax credits and deductions. So no tax credits, meaning all these companies won't be able to use their tax credit scheme to not pay taxes like Trump did. Trump avoided taxes by having tax credits. All these companies will pay taxes. Even 10% from Amazon is huge. Amazon would have their net gross income in their business is around $13 billion a year. That's 1.3. That's a significant $1.3 billion for the U.S. government. We'd be 1.3 billion richer from Amazon alone with just 10%. So this is a great plan, and even rich people do like the idea. The editor of Fortune magazine actually has stated he wants a flat tax. So I'm not speaking to just people at the low budget end. I'm speaking to people who have a lot of money and like investing, and they don't like paying tax accountants all this money to get tax credits. And technically they're going to be paying a little bit more this way, but it'll be a good investment strategy for America. If they had to pay taxes, that wouldn't. Super Saver, Amazon made $13 billion. Thank you. You like my hair? Nice. I switched sides at midstream. Amazon wouldn't have paid anything. Thanks, Bengalitis. Amazon would not have paid anything at all, ever. And they still avoid paying taxes. This way we can get 10% out of them. Downloading your Google private data. This is what you found.
Hey guys, we're doing something a little different today. I thought it'd be interesting if I went through all my social medias and downloaded the data and just saw what's on there, because honestly I've never done this before and I'm curious. Okay.
Well, we're curious too. We want to know what sites you've been to and how much porn you've been watching. Yeah, we're going to tell your mom. Yep, we're going to report you right away to the thought police. Okay, I'll play that tonight. Thank you. Yeah. Report that guy. Yeah, I just think Chuck Schumer blaming it on Julian Assange is a weak play. I mean, why doesn't Chuck Schumer grow some balls? Some testicles? That'd be great. Here he is, the typical Zionist that he is, siding with some poor schmuck named Julian Assange instead of taking a strong stance against a fellow Zionist, Donald Trump. Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi both caving in on impeachment. No movement at all in the Democratic Party in the impeachment front. I know many of you tried to vote in the midterms to get impeachment. You're not going to get it from the Democrats. They are a party without testicles. No gonads functioning. Dave, this broad I know gets mad at me for thinking. Yeah, you don't want to think too much in front of people there, Super Saver. Yeah, if you're thinking, people think you know you're smarter than them and they don't want to think that. So you stop thinking, okay, buddy? I had a girlfriend a long time ago, back when I was, 18? And I used words that were a little too big for her. And she actually told me that, what are you trying to impress people with your big words? I said, lady, this isn't working out. 6 months later and $4,000 less in my income, she screwed me out of almost everything she could. Oh, that was the most devastating relationship of my life. It changed my attitude toward the world we live in. Okay.
Just to bed.
I'll take a look at that later. Thank you. I was never really an incel. I was with a woman at the age of 17, almost 18. She jumped my bones. Yeah. That's one of the best parts about going to college and staying in a dorm. Your chances of being incel drops significantly. For all of you people in your 20s, you may want to consider getting into a local college before it's too late. Seriously. And if you're an incel, there's a really good chance you'll meet with the right person and have a relationship. It's the best thing you can do. And if you have missed out on the college dorm experience, I only had 1 year of it. But it was so fun that, yeah, I lost my virginity. Akira says, David, what good would an impeachment process be at this point when it just gets voted down in the Senate? I have a feeling I can change the minds of the Republicans. They're looking for an out. They believe that a new way for their party is fiscal conservancy, like the Tea Party. And I think Republicans will really respond well to my common sense approach toward dissecting the Russian influence. So what I'm working on is a kind of a mini documentary about the Russian control of Donald Trump. That's my first project. I've got a couple small projects along the way for the Media Verification Alliance, but the big one is the Russian collusion story. I think I can convince these people that there's more than enough to weigh in on. Ask yourself the simplest questions. How does Russia benefit from anything that Trump is doing? And in every single instance, Russia benefits from everything. Trump didn't impose any sanctions on Russia for over a year and a half, and only recently put some together, short list, that because I kept raising a stink or somebody was raising a stink about it. But he hasn't really sanctioned Russia at all in 2 years. Russia doesn't like NATO, doesn't like the position of our munitions in Poland, etc., etc. Who's Donald been picking on all these years? 2 years now. Donald's been picking on NATO, our allies, which is exactly what Russia wants them to do. These are big things I'm talking about here. Trump invited Russians to the White House secretly with the TASS news agency the day after he fired James Comey. And then he had Henry Kissinger come do a little powwow sit down with him, and the other New World Order puppet. It gets worse.
I think that we're going to do very well with respect to Syria. I think Dr. Kissinger.
He's sitting there with Dr. Kissinger. Yeah, we can play Miley Cyrus tonight, sure. I want to know what her videos are like. You know that Miley Cyrus lost everything, her notebook of songs that she lost for the Malibu series in that big fire when she lost her house. She had all these great songs that she'd written for Malibu. That's just not one song. There's a whole lot of songs that she lost. Yeah. She hadn't developed them fully, and it was just, she's really talented. I actually like Miley Cyrus in that respect. I don't like the fact that she's a Satanist, but I like her music, and I'm not going to say, oh, it's an Illuminati song, I can't listen to it. I actually like listening to music, so I'm open to, listening to what these women are, and men are, working on. Well, I hope so. Hold tight. The investigations are going to hit full steam anytime soon. I'm waiting on the Democrats. They just hit a stumbling block with one of the financial reports from Trump. A judge has been ordered to reveal this information. I don't know about that. Yeah, I've been researching that guy. There's a guy that Trump locked up, a former limo driver, that Trump locked up for spying or supposed ICE violations. Yeah, he won't even talk about it. The limo driver was suing him for lost revenue. Trump used ICE to lock the guy up because he's an immigrant. He has a green card, but they locked him up anyway. So that's suspicious that Trump is misusing his office to control a guy who's trying to get money for lost wages, his limo driver. That's weird. That story's weird. Trump doesn't pay anybody, generally. He cuts people in their paychecks, and he says you have to accept that or you don't do business with him. We're dealing with the most unscrupulous person in the country who attained the power of the presidency through sheer deception and money backed from Russia. So this is not over yet. Total collusion is still my motto, and I'm not going to abandon that theme ever. Yeah. So expect this to be the Total Collusion channel. It's also centrist politics. We're trying to put together new ideas, combining the two parties' ideas. But the container wall is a winning solution for America. No doubt about it. Dave, if you become president, how will you deal with dickhead people? I've looked at the internet upside down. Thanks, Bengalitis. I've seen the internet upside down, inside out, and I can tell you that the people that are on the internet right now who think that they're anonymous are not. And I don't want to create an arm of the government that'll come down, sweep down on people that think that they can intimidate people and troll people and attack people and defraud people, but I will. I'm going to have to. So I've talked to experts in the field, IT experts, that told me that they have the ability to develop bots that can trace people who have multiple bump sites that they go to evade detection. Most of the VPNs in the world are controlled and operated from a couple of primary sources. Most VPNs are owned by our government. That's a little known secret. Yeah, so you're not going to get anonymity. And the days will come when if you continue to act like a troll and hate people and attack people on the internet, it's going to come down to somebody knocking on your door and arresting you. Unfortunately. There will be ample proof of your activities as well, and we'll keep a log. But if you think you can escape detection when you're attacking people and threatening them on a daily basis, I seriously believe that the day will come when you will be detected. And this is not in any way violating our personal freedom. What goes on the internet is like a garbage can. It's public. Once you're on the internet, you're public. They can track VPNs easily. That's right, Cliff. So these people that think they can hide their VPN, some people go through the Tor server. Tor was a program developed by the Navy and the FBI in a fusion project. Or DuckDuckGo. It's an FBI program. It's one of their experimental programs for search engines. They're tracking everything everybody does. So piecing that information together is going to create at least a safety net. Where I'm worried is that we've lost net neutrality and the ability for people just to download without worry of being charged the crime. I want to couple this type of aggressive approach toward trolling and defrauding people on the internet. I want to couple that with freedoms as well. More access, a dedication for our government to fund an internet protocol that's like 1 megabytes per second that we could run through the electric system, and everyone who wants to get onto the internet would only need an electric outlet. It's a simple fix. We don't need to lay 5G lines everywhere. We've already got conduit everywhere called the electric system. There's no reason why we can't send energy and digital signals through the electric system. You can do that in your house. If you want to go wireless, you can get an Ethernet system that uses your AC cords to connect between room to room. You just need decoders on each end. So the possibility of free internet, 1 megabyte per second, is at the very minimum, is very real. Finland already offers that. Most agents in the FBI are in their 20s and 30s, and they're younger guys that know how to use tech. Okay, good. No, Tor and DuckDuckGo are not the same, but they're run as projects by the government. StartPage may be the one that isn't. I don't know anything about StartPage. A new report claims North Korean dictator Kim Jong-un has ordered 340 people to be executed since he came to power in 2011. Actually, the number is closer to 350, but who's counting? Yeah. I don't know about StartPage. StartPage is the only one I haven't heard any negatives about. There's a new mail system called Proton Mail. So I can pull it up. I had a problem getting onto the site. There it is. It's called Proton Mail, secure email based in Switzerland. That's interesting. Yeah. I haven't joined up, but it definitely is. Secure your communication with Proton Mail. Get your encrypted email account. So that's something you may want to consider. Proton Mail. Yeah. I have no knowledge beyond what I'm just showing you. Whoa. A custom VW.
Listen.
Look at that, man. That's wild. Holy moly. We'll have that video tonight, hitting the road in your custom chopped down cool cruiser. Wow. Amazing. Cool tech. You use Proton, but you're not sure you trust them even though everyone else does? Yeah. It's free. They have paid tiers if you want extra space or features, but they provide for free should be enough. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the free server, Proton Mail offers a free account. And that's a pretty good deal for people who are seeking privacy. Startpage says that Google search results with complete privacy protection. Behind Startpage is a European company that has been obsessed with privacy since 2006. Well, there you have it, startpage.com. Do your searches there. Are you finding that Startpage is pulling from other search engines that are being culled? Because a lot of search engines are being wiped out. There are numerous stories that are blanketed, completely wiped out. I was telling you about that Charleston shooting where the only person that was in an open casket was the Charleston shooting victim, one of the victims, the pastor. And we showed you his casket. It didn't even look like him. It looked like a wax dummy. That could be, in fact, one of the many that have been scrubbed. All the stories about the wax dummy have been scrubbed from the internet. I went looking. Yeah. There's only one picture left. Yep. I don't have it right now. It's eluding me. All right, so we still have this going on. Manafort, Flynn, Roger Stone, Michael Cohen, Jared Kushner, and Don Jr. are all Trump associates, and they all met with Russians. So, yeah. But there was no collusion, according to Bill Barr, who insisted upon no one investigating obstruction charges, and also declared that they shouldn't investigate Michael Flynn, who's a Russian agent. So William Barr, our Attorney General, tried to get them not to investigate a Russian agent. If he had succeeded, Michael Flynn, a Russian agent, would still be our national security advisor. Isn't that unreal? And William Barr, nobody's saying this in the media. I'm the only one. William Barr got away with this. It's unbelievable. So that's why I still contend there's total collusion going on. Total collusion. So they keep changing your words that you're searching for. Yeah, I've noticed that there's a lot of word amalgamations now. Like I went to just search the word Earth, and they sent me to Earthlink 3 times. It's like, no, I'm not looking for Earthlink. I didn't even know they even have a company called Earthlink. I mean, was it 25 years old? So this story came in 2 days ago. Trump's sister quit federal judgeship just 10 days after the launch of a formal probe into whether she and her family ran 9-figure tax fraud schemes. So we're going to be finding a lot about the tax fraud schemes of the Trumps as the Democrats continue to try to pry open more and more dirt on Trump. I really believe they need to start on an impeachment process. It has to go forward. We're going to find out that Trump is so dirty that if the Republicans try to continue to support him, they're going to look like mobsters to the American people. They'll lose every election from now until eternity. The Republicans already look like mobsters to the American people, except the Trump tards that, continually stand by Trump no matter what. Trump is now trying to do exactly what Obama did, release people into sanctuary cities. I mean, how is that an improvement over Obama? Why don't we just have Obama back? It's ridiculous. I need a little music. Okay, we're going to play my premier musical outlook on my way out. I guess I'll do that on my way out. Yeah. Okay, good. I don't want to play Mr. Right prematurely. That's premature. Okay. Turn the volume down a little bit too. A little too loud in the intro. Earthworms weaving dreams. So I'm on to this this concern we have over here. Yeah, I see that. Okay, good to know. Thank you. They just checked. They do have free again, 500 megabytes. Not bad for free. Prepper. There you go. So you guys learned a few things. Proton Mail is good and Start Page is good. Not bad. At least we have some tools and solutions to deal with the constant invasion of our privacy and the violation of our freedom. Yeah. I'm sick and tired of the corruption in this country. And when I see people being violated by corrupt police, it really gets me. It really gets me. I've got issues of that. All across the country, there's issues of corruption in every rank. Trump sisters filed her retirement papers in February, just 10 days after the court notified complaints, and the matter was receiving the full attention of a Judicial Conduct Council. But because Barry retired, the investigation automatically closed. Oh, wow. So she retired out before she could actually be sued. Very suspicious behavior on Trump's sister's part. Well, you know, cash does some strange things to people. Apparently the Trumps really like cash. I like money. You like money too? Oh, we should hang out. Yeah. The lust for money becomes so great that it almost overpowers people with fantasies, you know. Ah, money. Ah, how could we not have more money? Yeah, so it's easy to want money, but you'll never find happiness in money. You'll find temporary happiness. There's a bunch of trust fund babies walking around hotels in Vegas right now, maybe thinking that they'll hire a prostitute tonight so they have their penis, filleted. Yeah, but they're not happy. There are a lot of people like that. Yeah, they can't find anyone meaningful in their life. So if Trump's sister is up to no good, you can imagine what Trump's up to. She's probably emulating him. Well, there's so many bad things going on, it's almost overwhelming. It's beyond belief, actually. It's getting to be ridiculous. And how much is real and how much is fake of every news item you see. It's getting over the top. Big Brother watching. Chinese cops are sending people to concentration camps if they're found with Facebook on their phones. See, this is exactly what's happening. China, they're going in and trying to attack people. Literally. Chinese cops send people to concentration camps if they're found with Facebook on phones during random stop and searches. It's like they grab somebody's phone and they actually insist upon seeing if they have Facebook on their phone. What kind of a world are we living in? This is the Chinese way. You know, William Barr is just stating a fact. Yes, we know from the entire history of the Trump investigation that the FBI was investigating money launderers at the Trump Hotel. So for William Barr to say that spying did occur on Trump's campaign during the Obama era, yeah, we know that in 2013, FBI were called in to watch money launderers working at the Trump Hotel in New York. I mean, hello. This is not some big deal, but this is a big deal for this guy to be running around protecting Russian interests, writing letters protecting Michael Flynn, when Michael Flynn, we didn't know if he was a Russian agent. This guy should recuse himself from the job. William Barr should not actually be our Attorney General. Jeff Sessions was smart enough to recuse himself. William Barr seems to be a man with either thick skin, lots of friends in high places, or both. He seems to be immune to the reality that he's going to be sued. I'm going to personally make it, my personal effort will be to figure out if this guy's working for Russia when I become president. I'm not going to sit back and allow these people to continue colluding with Russia all over the place. Barr is a complete, utter shame that he's even in position of Attorney General. It's a shame that that man was allowed and got enough votes in the Senate to clear nomination. It's atrocities like this. A man who writes a 19-page letter defending a Russian agent becomes the man who decides whether obstruction occurred in a Russian investigation? I'm sorry, I cry foul here. This will not fly under my watch. No way. If I ever have the power to do something, I will do it. But in the meantime, we're just going to sit and watch. All these corrupt people that are getting away with unbelievable atrocities. Jeffrey Epstein, only 1 year of punishment for trafficking over 50 girls, allegedly. 14, 15-year-old child trafficking. Unbelievable. Even the DA knew that this guy was guilty, and they still cut him a deal. Asked for leniency. So this is the corruption that's coming to the surface. The Jussie Smollett case. Classic corruption. Kim Foxx claims she recused herself as prosecutor and then dictated what the prosecution was going to do. She needs to be charged with prosecutorial neglect. Prosecutorial neglect is something that's very serious that would dethrone her from her position in Chicago. It's pretty bizarre what's happening right now with these corrupt people getting away with it. And they're telling you, it's like a lesson in how they're screwing you over every day when you watch the news. And we'll try to get to the bottom of New Jersey's autism rate, growing at a rapid speed. Not sure why, but Fox News covered the story. Apparently autism is rising faster in New Jersey than any other state. The estimates are that by 2030, 85% of your children will have autism or ADHD, or ADD, or ADDO. ADDO. And in lieu of the question about my hair, I want everyone to know that it is a bannable offense to talk about my beautiful hair. Thank you. Yeah, you can vote for the dick or the other part of the anatomy, right? You don't have many choices, left versus right. Clintons aren't going to be prosecuted at all. Donald Trump is working with the Zionists that colluded with the Russian oligarchs. Why would Donald Trump prosecute Hillary? They're working for the same team. I hope you all understand that maybe you're missing the whole point, but Zionists control both parties, ergo the third party. Yeah, you don't seem to get it. It's hard for me to explain, but money buys all these people. Okay, 51% of millennials fake their level of relationship happiness, the study says. Wow. Everyone wants to fit in and feel like they're having a normal relationship, but fakery is on the rise. Millennials aren't the only ones affected. The survey of over 2,000 people by relationship charity Relate revealed that while 51% of millennials admit to playing up their relationship, 39% of the general population do the same. So this isn't simply an issue young people are having. That's a pretty significant number. But what are we supposed to believe anymore? Social media makes us want to be happy. If you look like you're sad in your social media account, you lose friends and your social credit score will drop. So everyone's lying to everybody about everything. I'm fine. It's kind of like, it reminds me of when I sold advertising to businesses that were obviously struggling. It was amazing. I walk into companies saying, "Can I sell you some really low-cost advertising to help get people in the door?" They think I'm scamming them or something. But they'd always say, "Oh, no, our sign is our advertising. We're doing great." Yeah, sure. Sure you are. Yeah, nobody's in here. Nobody's buying from you people. I didn't tell them that, but it was like a constant thing. Businesses don't want to pay for advertising. But it's a requirement if you really want to succeed. If you're running a business and you aren't doing a promotion of some sort all the time, you're gonna lose out in this economy. Now, one of the simplest things you can do if you've got a retail store, and there's a lot of retail stores closing right now because of their lack of creativity and the economy, but one of the simplest things you can do is offer something really cheap that everyone loves. Like pizza, you know? A slice of pizza for $2. You'll end up making money on those pizzas, believe it or not. So just put a sign out saying pizza or something, or hot dogs for $1.50. I mean, you've got to understand, people love deals. And if you can't get people in on that, they won't buy anything else at your store. You can do other things, more healthy things too. Like lumpia. Okay, it's very difficult to find a clean woman, Misanthropy says. At least they're honest about their STDs. Yeah, I know. It must be really weird, and when you're getting into bed with a woman, you say, "So, do you have anything we should talk about? Or have you been like with anybody else?" And they pull out a piece of paper showing that they have chlamydia, and it's a permanent case, and also herpes, and that must really help your romance. Must really kick it to the next level. Heroin. You talking about heroin? Yeah. Are you into heroin? Yeah. Yeah, well, people can hate all they want, The nice thing about hate, it's one of those things that people can do. You got a bad case of the clams? Really? I never heard of that one. Oh, the Cowboys are colluding with the Indians? Dallas, Cleveland? So whenever you think about taking a woman to bed, you always check to see if they have an Adam's apple. No, my real hair, just combed. I use a thing called shampoo. David, advertising's been dead market since the internet started, around the time you stopped working. Probably so. Unless you're selling AdWords or something. I mean, in fact, advertising with AdWords is probably a waste of money too. Well, the retail sector and the advertising sector kind of go hand in hand. They collapse at the same time. I realized I didn't want to knock on doors of people that were going to lie to me about their business. I thought that was kind of sad. It was sad. One woman, I remember she called me up saying, "Hey, I'd like to do a TV commercial for my storage unit." And I said, "So you have a storage unit, you have a sign on the street advertising?" She says, "Yeah, I've got a sign." And I said, "Well, you want to run TV advertising?" "Oh, okay. How long do you want to run?" "Like a month." It's like, so you want me to make a TV commercial for you to run for 1 month and you're expecting business to pick up? Sorry, I can't. I can't bother. I make money long term on the sales. Only like I was making 15%. I mean, I wasn't even worth my while to bother to help her unless I could develop a client that would stay on TV for at least 3 months. So their idea of wanting to do a commercial was a nice pie in the sky idea, but you need to give it at least 3 months to get anything rolling in your business. Facebook spent $20 million last year on Zuckerberg's personal security. Yeah, I know. And he's still insecure. You can tell by looking at him. This guy's like got an ego problem of massive proportion. He probably wakes up wondering if looking at himself, am I really my grandfather's son? Or grandson? Yeah, David Rockefeller's grandson, Mark Zuckerberg. That's the conspiracy theory that's out there. There's strong belief that that this is the same person that was Jacob Greenberg, who's disappeared from view and no one can find. And Mark Zuckerberg came up at that time as a new person, the same facial construct. So I think he just lucked into having a lot of money. I knew that he was a big inheritor of huge fortune when his net worth went from 0 to 36 billion in 5 years. And he had all kinds of people at Goldman Sachs give him free credit and all kinds of things. Oh yeah. In fact, when he started, Google authorized $100 million in guaranteed income for him per year. That was part of the Facebook public stock option. They had to guarantee that Google would purchase $100 million of stock, or excuse me, of advertising every year. That's pretty good. 100 million coming in every year guaranteed. Well, because Google owns more than half of the Facebook stock portfolio. And more than half of Google is owned by In-Q-Tel, a corporation run by the government. So this guy is basically underwritten by the government. But the people that got him that kind of money, like his family, the Rockefellers, made him who he is today. There was no background data on the Zuckerbergs 6 years ago. Nothing, no family information at all on genealogy.com, nothing. Now there's like all kinds of fake pictures dating back to 1898 when the Zuckerberg family name first arrived. They've been busily installing things into the wiki to give him a pretend background with his family. Zuckerberg is a made-up name. It's a sugar mountain in German. Yeah, it's like they're mining the sugar mountain of information that they're giving companies like Cambridge Analytica. Pennies on the dollar can take your data and use it against us as a country, and this guy didn't even pay a price. Our government didn't even charge him with a crime when he had colluded with Russian agencies to deliver top information to win the election for Donald Trump. Isn't that unreal? David, you look like a clone of Mark Zuckerberg. Do I? I don't think so. So if people are going to lie, they're going to lie, I guess, about their sex life. What does it matter, you know? I'm 6'4". Yeah, that's what they say. Google was founded by Larry Page and Sergey Brin, yeah. Together, they only own 14% of their stock, yeah. But they control 56% of the stockholder voting. Trump is not. Trump is 6'1". He used to be 6'2", but he shrunk a little bit because his belly pulls down his spine. So when he stands there, he can't help it. Trump's the kind of guy that would probably have to hold a mirror if he were to stand in a urinal to try to find his penis. Well, that concludes our Friday night show, everybody. Thank you for looking at my container wall that hasn't been built yet. Meanwhile, Mexicans, illegal aliens, other than Mexicans, will all be coming into the country, courtesy of Donald Trump. Yeah. And he's going to drop them off in cities like Chicago because the new mayor, Lightfoot, she really wants illegals dropped off in the middle of the city because she's completely out of her gourd. She has not even tried doing anything. She's never done anything. So, of course, she wants more responsibility, even though she's never done anything. That's the kind of person we have now. The Democrat lesbian woman who claims to have a Native American name. I think what's happening is this. The world is about to get a complete ecological reset, courtesy of the Illuminati. Yes, Google owns YouTube. But In-Q-Tel owns Google. I know. Lightning is just lifting off my head. I think this is the next step. I think they're purposely orchestrating a complete and utter climactic disaster so that we could all sit back and go, oh, this climate change is terrible. Oh, what are we going to do? Oh, golly, we better just tax ourselves and let's impose taxes on ourselves and just every morning donate money to the government because we love it so much while they build robocops and artificial intelligence and prepare to take over the universe.